This is Mind Made Radio, and you tuned in again with your boy King John. Let's go. Welcome to Mind Made Radio. We tapped in today. We about to get some music going.
Down ready, stay ready, yeah. Mr. Young Greatness, yeah. Turn me up. Look, feel like we fresh out the bench. The game let me jump an inch, so now I'm giving them vents. My team, we get it out the trench, and we ain't straddle the fence. If they can see beyond the lens, they understand what I meant. Man, for real. But if God tell me die and get to the spot, it's a done deal. Some people trying to heal, we gotta show them the sun real. They hoping cause we been giving them change like big bills. We drop, they trying to see what's in the box like kids meal. So we had to freshen up. Man, God been teaching us the game and he been testing us. He told us watch out for those people in the comments that ain't never in the game, they that'll set you up. I said, God, I get a tech if they keep pressing us. He said, quit talking to the crowd, boy, and let me call the fouls. I understand that he a way better ref than us. So I put in my mouthpiece and started stepping up. They seeing how we leveled up. For real. And I'm just hoping that they stay ready. Look, I got enough riddles to make Dr. Seuss ask the who's who's. Like who this dude that's boofing the truth. Yeah, he in the stew leaving us clues and stewing us through. Getting us glued to the root and the proofs of the fruit. Now they asking can we show them stuff. They seeing how it's blowing up. And honestly, if I kept it in the street, we keep it all to ourselves and never show them love. Out of fear, we see us falling off and they would pass me up. Yeah, I feel that tension in my DMs when they clap me up. Dang. But just know I'm choosing love every time. We wanna see you shine, cause it's a lot of blood on the line. And I ain't battling with blood for a dime. And honestly, this all God's, homie, it's not mine. It's crazy we performed at the G League halftime. Shout out to Chris, they know that that's my dog till I flatline. And then we meeting God and he can show us the stat line. And they know it's his presence when they ask where I'm headed. And I told them it's to the cross when they ask where I'm deaded. And I told them it's for the lost when they ask why I said it. And I told them look to the sky when they ask where I get it. Yeah, for real. Man, that's why we can't hold nothing, nothing. We was praying that the Lord would give us something. Do what he did before and make something out of nothing. Then he approved me in private. It's catching up to the public. I've been about the truth, so miss me with all the ducking. His grace is sweeter than Dunkin's, and lyrically I'm a bucket. Now I'm sitting at his table, my enemies see me lunching. Ain't selfish with the plate, I'm serving grace out to the bunches. For real.
What's up, y'all? Good morning, man.
Good morning, man. I'm here with another crazy topic, you know what I'm saying, and crazy experience. And it's about a 12-year-old who kills some Sonic workers. And it's y'all know the restaurant Sonic, it's crazy. So I'm posting a link at the top right now, and I'm about to read off some of this story, and we can get into it. I want to know what y'all think about it. So it says, a 12-year-old is accused of killing a fast food employee with an AR-15 rifle as he argued with another man who also faces charges in the fatal shooting, authorities said. The shooting happened Saturday night at a Sonic drive-in restaurant in the Dallas suburb of Kenny. The Kenny Police Department said officers arrived and found Matthew Davis, 32, with multiple gunshot wounds. He was taken to a hospital where he died. Authorities believe Angel Gomez, 20, was at the Sonic with passengers in his vehicle. He began arguing and acting disorderly in the parking lot and was confronted by Davis, a Sonic employee. Police said Gomez was allegedly urinating in the back of the parking lot when Davis came to talk to him, Fox Dallas reported. During the argument, the 12-year-old shooting suspect, who was a passenger in Gomez's vehicle and remains unidentified, grabbed the AR-15 rifle from the car and opened fire. Authorities said Davis was shot. The child and Gomez fled the area. Gomez later returned to the scene and was arrested. The boy was later arrested at a home, and several firearms were recovered, police said. Davis had moved to Kenny and started working at the Sonic 2 weeks ago. His family told the news outlet, "That's crazy. He left behind a 1-year-old son." That's crazy. That's it on the story, but that's crazy because that's deep right there. He just moved there, and he just started working there 2 weeks ago, and this happened. That means that like it was like an alignment being set up or something like that. Like there was like, it's almost like what What do y'all think about it first before I go into how I feel about it? Because I got a lot of thoughts going through my head. What y'all think about this?
That's rough. It sounds like you say, um, he just moved there. That's significant. So I wonder if those people who did that was like a regular. What time of day was that?
Uh, what time did they say it was? It didn't actually mention around the time that it was actually. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But it probably was around nighttime because it said he was like peeing in it. Like it's usually people be on. They probably was drinking and a whole bunch of other shit. Like you know what I'm saying? It probably was nighttime. The day was probably already over with or something. It was
Mm.
nighttime probably because he got out and started trying to. They say he caught him peeing behind the parking lot or something like that. So I don't think he would have did it in the daylight. But you
So
never know
so we
somebody
know
that
we
shoot
we
somebody
know
like.
we know that he caught him, or he said something to him about him doing that because it just said he went to talk to him, and we know what that means. Maybe they got in words exchanged or whatever, and the little boy might have thought, I don't know, what that little boy was doing with them with that you know those weapons in the car like that. I'm not sure. Like it's just so many questions unanswered.
Yeah, no, it's definitely deep. It's definitely deep because you got the fact that not only is it a 12-year-old child, but it's the fact that the 12-year-old child has access and know how to use an AR-15. So it's like the fact that that's the case. You feel me? And it's like also to see where my thoughts at. Scatter, you want to say something before I say this because I want to say this, but I want to get y'all thoughts all of it.
You know what?
Yo,
You
yo,
know, you
Mike a
gotta,
little low, Scatter.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta play Columbo with all this shit. Uh, I think they done did that shit before. The way that sound, a 12-year-old girl, boy, whatever, they not finna just go grab no gun. You know what I'm saying? For that little boy to go grab the gun, any gun, and do that, he done did it before. He done been showed how to get out. And they might have just been on the run. They might have been, you know what I'm saying? They could be legal because I think they Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? So it's so much to the. It's not too much, but it's enough there to really get down to what happened. You know what I'm saying? The Matthew, he sound like he could possibly be a Caucasian, white boy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? There could have been some kind of altercation there to where that it could have been a scuffle. You know what I'm saying? To make the little boy go get the gun. So, but however it go, a scuffle or not a scuffle, that little boy done did that before to go get the gun and pull the trigger like he did.
Yeah, no, but you know another thing too, and this is what I was gonna bring out. And Soki, welcome to the room. Um, Another thing I was gonna bring out also is the fact that there is this, like the dude, like the concept of him just moving there and all this stuff. Like I feel like that, like him going to talk to my man's was a test. I feel like it was a test. Like I feel like he didn't have to go talk to bro. Like people pee behind buildings all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know that you want to keep your, because you had job. Like people, this is another. Y'all remember that one situation where the dude followed old girl out the Walgreens and because he thought she was stealing something and he followed her and killed her, the pregnant woman, like on some weird shit. Like this is
Yeah.
another one of those situations, but it's not like the person didn't actually like it was the opposite result. Like you're doing too much on your job that like your job is not paying you to go tell who's peeing behind the building like that. That's not like really your business. And like if you are a manager there, you feel me? At the best, call the police. Be like, hey, somebody's taking a piss behind the building. Like that's all you should be really doing if you go even do anything. Go ahead. So
What's up, understanding? I got a quick
going on.
question. Who was the little boy with? How many people was he with?
See, I think it says like it says that there was passengers in the car, and we know for sure that there was a 20-year-old and that's who was doing the peeing. And then we know about the 13-year-old. We don't know if there was any other passengers in the car, but we do know that they said there was passengers. You know what I'm saying? So it might have just been them two, but it could have been like another person with.
Because I definitely heard about the 20-year-old, and he was also charged. My first thing was, what's a 20-year-old doing hanging out with a 12-year-old? And if a 20-year-old is hanging out with a 12-year-old, more than likely that 20-year-old is going to be the influence on that 12-year-old. So that 12-year-old is going to always try to prove himself or herself to be grown, try to do grown shit. You know what I'm saying? If it's a little girl, 12, she might be out there sleeping with mad niggas thinking that's the grown shit. A little boy, quick to pull out that hammer to prove himself like he down. My biggest question, like I said again when I heard it, what is a 12-year-old doing hanging out with a 20-year-old?
No, that's facts, and it comes with more than just that too, because it's more so like it could have been, because it could have been like his older brother, cousin, you know what I'm saying, something like that. It could have been like that, but it also could have been like just some local 20-year-old who happened to see the like meet the 12-year-old somewhere, or it could have been like the friend of the brother or something. I don't know. It had like in my mind, it's probably like the cousin or brother or something like that, an older cousin, brother, or something like that, but the influence
Because you,
probably even bigger than that. Like it could be like they come from a family that got like the house that the boy, they said they found the 12-year-old at a house that had a whole bunch of guns and stuff like that. So was it the parents' house? Was it who house was it? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of questions that is there, but I think it's a lot. It's a lot that goes into it though.
yeah, and
So
like someone said before, that child, because it is a child, even though, whatever happened, it's just a reaction from his environment. He probably see this happening around him, like dudes pulling out guns or talking about shooting niggas over beef or whatever. And now he wants to react it. It's the same way when a child sits and they watch their parents drink or smoke. As soon as they get the opportunity, they're going to go try it. So again, maybe he was encouraged to do it. Maybe they told him to do it. Maybe he was trying to prove something. But again, like I said, and like someone said, that's not something new to this child. He's seen it before, or minimum, heard that talk, that gunplay talk all the time about, oh yeah, whatever, whatever. Because for him to just come out and react that way, nah, that's something, like I said, that's instilled in you. That's not something you just get up one day and say, yeah, I'm gonna do that. That's something that's been embedded in you, whether you watching gangster movies or your family's gangster. But you know what I'm saying? It's just he was taught that's how you react.
Yeah, that like even like just put yourself in a situation. Even if you was in a scuffle and somebody was getting the best of you, and you seen your son or little brother, whatever, go grab the gun, you gonna be like, nah, little Johnny, nah, we ain't finna do that, nah. You gonna tell the little boy like, nah, we ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna take this one on the chin, Johnny. Don't do that. We gonna be in deeper shit. So it was something. We don't know if it was drugs involved. We don't know. It's man. There's something about this that we don't know. I mean, we putting out a lot of key points, but it's something about this we don't know. And like I said, they could be legal. You know what I'm saying? This little boy obviously was trained. Something ain't right about it.
yeah,
Y'all
but it
remember? Y'all remember that case? Not to cut you off, brother. A couple months ago, maybe no, a couple years ago. I think it was in Texas or something, where the father took his son and gave his son the hammer to run up in the store to go clap whatever, and then actually went on a run. They still looking for the son. They caught the father, but they still looking for the son. And I think that kid was probably like what, 14?
it's getting deep in the world in general, like because like truthfully, but like I said, like I see a test in this because even a young boy, he's gonna go to juvenile. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. They gonna give him like they not gonna put him. They might put him in like you know they can't. They not gonna put him in prison or nothing like that. But I'm saying like they might give him enough time to when he get out of juvie, he could probably go back or something to prison or something. I don't know, but I do know that he's not gonna get as harsh consequences as a 20-year-old gonna get. So if they know the 20-year-old didn't shoot him though, because that's what the story's saying, they probably gonna end up letting the 20-year-old go. But then the problem is, like the 20-year-old is probably the one owner of the gun, and then that's the thing. If it is the 12-year-old's gun, it's like, how do you do that? How did the police do that? Like, do they blame it on the 20-year-old because like, why is you letting a 12-year-old in your car with a gun, or is it like, I didn't know he had a gun in his bag, and I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? Like that type of energy, is it gonna be that? And like, who's gonna be held responsible at that point? That's probably, where the judge and all that stuff is gonna kind of start asking questions and stuff. Because I feel like,
Key, a key in it is, I think, like what Sugi said, is the relationship between them. You know, that's a big factor in it. Like, I think the charge is going to be more harsh if they are not related versus being related. You know how lawyers are. You know that's what they get paid for, to find those kind of loops. But overall, I think that's what's going to play a big factor, the relationship between those two.
yeah, no, that is gonna play a big factor, because if it's like his family, it's more accountability. But that, I think, like I said, my biggest thing that I think that really matters though is how was the 20-year-old aware of the gun? Because the 20-year-old came back on the scene. It said they both fled. The 20-year-old came back. Now it's like the 20-year-old was like, bro, I'm not about to get in trouble for this shit. Like, I need to figure this out. I didn't know he was gonna do some shit like that. I didn't know he even had a gun or whatever. It could be like that, but he probably knew he had the gun though. You know what I'm saying? At least because it said they sound like they was on some wild shit. So it sound like, because for some reason guns make people do stupid shit. Like, I don't know why. We seen what just happened with Ja Morant. So the guns sometimes make people do stupid shit. So he probably didn't know about the gun, but he probably did not know the 12-year-old was gonna get out and start shooting. But at that point, it's like, whose gun is it, and how did the 12-year-old get access to it, and all that good stuff. So the 20-year-old probably just out of luck, because I don't think he would have did that. Like, I don't think the 20-year-old would have shot my man's for coming up to him and none of that shit. Like, I don't think the 20-year-old was on that type of time. But that 12-year-old was like, "No, bro, what you doing?" And if they was drinking, 12-year-old probably couldn't hold his liquor.
Think about this. They in a car, right? The 12-year-old and the 20-year-old, whoever. Man, you soft, bro. You ain't like that, man. You ain't gonna do shit, man. Man, you a little kid, man. You ain't, man, you talk that tough guy shit. You ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Watch, I swear. Man, shut up, little nigga. You ain't doing nothing. I go take a piss. See me arguing with the nigga. Oh, this nigga think I'm pussy. Watch. That's how easy it happens, bro. So it goes back again. Why is this nigga with this nigga, and how much influence this nigga has on this little boy? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it do. But like I said, I just think it's kind of deep, because it's still like, that's crazy that it shit go like that. That shit was a test on many different levels though. On like y'all ever seen that movie Devil, where everybody was on that elevator, and like it turned out like everybody had like did some bad shit, and like they all was like there on the elevator because they was all supposed to like die together and shit like that. And then the person at the end, he repented, so he didn't end up dying. Like, that's somewhat of what I'm looking at in this situation, because I'm looking at it like the 12-year-old, for one, um just lost, like, just threw away his whole life because he was like whatever he was on. The 20-year-old probably didn't expect the 12-year-old to do that, and now he's like looking stupid, and he like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have had that 12-year-old be on whatever he was on. And then now the dude that just had moved to Sonic, he like, he should have just left their ass alone, and just like, because he probably was mad because they got into an argument, and he was like, let me go holler at this nigga while he peeing. Like, get the fuck, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he peeing too? No, I'm about to go fuck with him. Like, so he had some different energy probably on his heart, so he probably wasn't, he didn't never have to do that. If he had a good energy, he probably would have just left that shit alone. That would have never happened, which is deep. So it's like a lot of shit that's tied into that, and it's like, man, like the psychology of people, it's like, it's getting deep.
Hey,
That's my thing.
Like, I look at it like this: for them to be the age they at, riding around and got that thing on them, in my world, that's my little shooter. That's my little shooter. Don't worry about it, homie. Shit happen. You just pop a nigga. You ain't going to jail. Don't worry about that. I'm going to ride with that nigga. Back in the 80s, think about what the older niggas used to do. They used to put the young niggas out there with the drugs, because they know if they get caught, it ain't no thing. Now, shorty, just hold a pack. You ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Don't worry about that. The same type of shit. Again, it goes back. What is the relationship with these two? How often they hang out, and the type of influence that guy has over that little boy.
Hey, the guy from the restaurant, that call could have came from his manager. You know, you got some scary managers. Manager could have been a female. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, Matthew, go, go tell him he can't be peeing around the building and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that call come from the manager. It don't come from the employee necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Cause
Well, no, bro, no, I worked at Sonic, bro. Like, no, you like see, the thing is, it's cameras and stuff like that, but ain't nobody watching them fucking cameras. You got like the only time they go be watching cameras is if something happened, and then they go like, okay, let me go watch the camera, see what's going on.
No,
That
again, like I'm saying, it depends on the manager. You got some managers that's like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they call it, micromanaging and all that kind of. They like that. It just depends on the manager. You know, homeboy. I mean, like I say, we don't really know, but that could have been part of the situation that the manager told that dude to go. Hey man, go tell that dude he can't be peeing around the building. Cause I mean, I ain't gonna lie. If it was me and I'm the manager, even if I'm the employee, shit, he pissing around the building. I ain't finna go fuck with him. Shit, he got to piss. Because a lot of times, and see, we don't even know. Because a lot of times, some of these places, they don't even let you come use the restroom. Because obviously, they on the road. Sometimes these people in the restaurants, they don't let you use the restroom. That could have happened. The altercation really could have started inside the restaurant. And then the dude said, fuck you then, I'm going to go around the corner and piss. And the dude chased, you know what I'm saying, when he fucked with him around the corner. We don't know.
it's terrible, man. And I got another story I want to bring up too, man. I'm about to post a link at the top, and we gonna talk about this as well. And I'm gonna play a song real quick, so we can transition. If everybody can share the room, ping as many people as
Hey,
possible.
after you play the song, I got a question kind of pertaining to this, but you can play
No,
the
no, actually, no, no. Before we move on,
song.
we
Okay.
can ask. Yeah.
All right, look, let me ask y'all this. Because you know, we always dealing with guns. It's always a time where, you got mass shootings and people doing crazy stuff with guns, right? Now, do you think it was more killings back in the day or now? The only reason why I'm saying that because it's always been killings. Right now, we just seeing it because of social media and these phones and TV and all that kind of stuff. We just seeing it. But just imagine back in the day when you talking about, motherfuckers say a dark alley. Back in the day, it wasn't no lights. You had to have a lantern or you know what I'm saying, something like that. Just think back in the day when pretty much where it was a time where everybody had a gun, but it wasn't no street lights. It wasn't no cameras. It wasn't no, the police wasn't doing like they do now, wasn't patrolling like they do now. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine how many people got killed from guns or anything. I kind of think it was probably more things going on back then than it is now. And the reason why it ain't so many right now is like you said, the 20-year-old came back because something had to hit his conscience. Like, man, I ain't finna get in trouble for this. Back in the day, he wouldn't have went back. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't no cameras, ain't no, you know what I'm saying, ain't no witnesses.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It probably might not even still probably been on cameras, but he probably went back. I don't know. I think he went back because he was a guilt. He was feeling guilty about what happened. Like I don't think he expected a 12-year-old to do that. And I'm thinking that he thinking in his head like, okay, well since I didn't really know that was gonna happen, like let me go back and show that I'm like innocent and like try to make sure they know like I'm not really the one that did it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to whatever. And I think that's what he was on, and I think that's how he tried to play it when he went back. Like, you know what I'm saying? Unless they left the car. Cause that's what the problem probably was. Like they had left the fucking car there. Like, you know what I'm saying? He probably went back to try to get the car and got caught. So that could be a possibility too. You know what I'm saying? But that would have been, yeah, like it wasn't no point in you fucking running if you left your car there, bro. Like you got your whole identification there. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know. It get deep, but yeah, like it is like different nowadays because you got random cameras all over the place. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't know what camera might catch your ass doing some shit. So that is a deep thing too. So a lot of people do watch out a little bit, but there's still them black spots and dead spots that people know about. So people do take advantage of that type of shit. So, but let me go ahead and play this song and let me bring out this next story at the top. Y'all can see I changed the title of the room and the story. I'm gonna bring the story out and play the story after we play this quick song. Everybody that's in the room right now, please share the room, ping as many people as possible for me. And yeah, let me get some good music going real quick. Let's see what we on today.
Let's get it. I wish I told certain people about you, and now I regret that I did take the chance. They parents and sin cut, probably got in. I just pray that you won't put that blood on my hands. Got my own secrets that only you know. Tell me, how would they view me if it was exposed? I'm trying to decide on what code I should follow. I found out the answers right under my nose. You held me down. And for that, I'll never abandon the call. Came a long way from the man that was hiding so reckless. I really felt like I was Saul. Laid down my life for the gospel, and now they so hostile. That must have been what it was like for apostles. I guess that just comes with the cars. Don't pick at your scabs and don't pick at your flaws. It's healing. Just look at what God's revealing. The truth doesn't hurt more than lies, so I ain't surprised. I fell in this sin way too easy. I just had to open my eyes. The first thing I asked myself when it came to these women was how big their chest and their thighs. I know that ain't wise. Even lay down with a few, and it took me some time to break ties. But now that I'm saved, I'm no longer enslaved. I'm never forgetting the price that you paid. I'll never forget sacrifices you made to make sure the debt that I owe you is paid. Lord, all that I need in this life is you. I just want to live this thing right for you. Good, all these distractions want me to start lacking, but all that I got in my sights is you. The only thing I need in this life is sin is you. You know me better than I know myself. I used to convince myself that I didn't need your help. Now we locked in and it's the best feeling I've ever felt. Spent my whole life trying to be someone I'll never be. Saying what they selling me, but I put my trust in Elohim. He got me out here making plays for the truth. Armor on me at all times, I'm catching strays for the truth. Ooh. I'm too locked in, no lock picking, no entry. And I take caution, I protect my calling, but still friendly. I know the anointing is still over me, it's still in me. But I keep forgetting why God let me walk on this earth. I'm afraid it'll rise up against me. God forgive me, I've been up and dabbing in fire. And I know you taking me higher. I don't know why they choosing to do what my flesh wants. Should've got the Messiah, yeah. And I love it when I hear your voice, reminding me that you behind me. Reminding me even though I did it wrong once, still it just doesn't define me, And lately you been loud talking, I see you removing the toxins. But low-key it's hurting me bad, I've been losing the people I thought really locked in. But you told me you see what I don't, you see in my future, you saw it in the process. You saw they little nonsense. Yeah, I was surprised, but it's stuck in my conscience. Forgive me for blind steps. I was rushing when I was the guts on that contract. Yeah, I should have asked you, cause I let myself into some drama inside that. And you taught me obedience. Then you taught me you always replace what I need again. And you taught me that when I don't listen, you trying your best just to come in and speak again. I used to run from your love till I found out that it ended for infinity. You prepared a table for me in front of enemies. That's why I'll never walk away. I used to run from your love.
Okay, bet we tapped in again, man. So, man, okay, so this up here is Las Vegas man charged with attacking and killing mom on Mother's Day. Terrible story. This is a terrible story, by the way. I want everybody to know that. But I'm gonna go play the report, see what they say. This is terrible though. It's like it never fails. There's always some crazy shit going on Mother's Day, bro. Like, did you plan this out? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's very extreme. Very extreme.
Hold on, what? This go. It got a little preview.
But it's quick, man. I sent you a song
For legal
through
analysis of the
the chat.
shocking story of the Utah wife and mother that has now been charged.
Hold on, you said what, Scotty?
I had sent you a song the other day in the chat. Somebody had sent me that, and I sent it to you. It's a pretty dope track. But go ahead.
Yeah, back channel it to me. My bad.
I
Yeah,
did
I'm gonna
already.
check it out. Okay, bet.
With
Here
her
we go.
husband's murder. For legal analysis of the shocking story of the Utah wife and mother that has now been charged with her husband writing a children's book on grief, joining us now is attorney Brian. in this case against Corey Richins, 1 first-degree felony count of aggravated murder, 3 second-degree counts of possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. How rare is this case in your experience in terms of evidence against the defendant? Yeah, Mike, great to be back with you. I mean, remember that Alvin Bragg indictment of President Trump?
Wait, this a whole different story right here. That shit crazy too. But no, hold on. Let me read this story. This is crazy. Here it go. It says this. Aaron Cooney, 49. Hold on. A Las Vegas man is accused of stabbing his mother multiple times, killing her. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. My bad. Cause that story deep too. I damn near want to talk about that shit. That's crazy too. Let me read this. This is crazy. All right. It says Aaron Cooney, my bad. A Las Vegas man is accused of stabbing his mother multiple times, killing her on Mother's Day. Aaron Cooney, 49, is charged with open murder after allegedly stabbing his mother, whom police have not named as of Monday. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department officers on Sunday responded to reports of an unresponsive female at a residence on the 1600 block of Caprino Avenue. They located Cooney's mother upon arrival, and she had multiple stab wounds. LVMPD said in a press release. Medical personnel pronounced the victim dead at the scene. Cooney's lengthy criminal record includes first-degree kidnapping, domestic battery, grand larceny, auto battery, and a deadly weapon, burglary, drug possession, and this is according to the Clark County records. Authorities are asking anyone with information about the incident to contact the LVMPD. This is crazy. He definitely had a lot of problems and issues, it sounds like. And bro, what the fuck be going on in the world though? Like, and then like, and see, what they do is they throw out the things that the person has been you know, convicted of in the past, because they for some reason think that that matters. Because like, no, bro, like, even if he was a criminal before, this is still criminal activity regardless. None of that shit is even comes close to killing your mother. So it's like, this shit is, I don't know, it's next level. What y'all gotta say? What y'all think about this?
It's next level, like you said, man. You know, I said, I don't know what room I was in this morning. No, it was last night. But, you know, we was talking about suicides or something. I mean, even with the suicides, man, you got to be out your mind, man. And then to kill your mother, you got to be out your mind. This woman brought you in the world. You're supposed to love her. Where's the love in the whole thing? But, you know, like I say again, I don't know what this dude background is, drugs, and you know, we don't know. This dude looked like he unstable, and he's still mad about whatever he mad at in the picture, in the mug shot. He's still pissed off. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, you know what I'm saying? You would think, you know, as bad as the police whoop our ass for stealing a piece of candy out the store, you would think a motherfucker either had been lumped up. Like, man, what is you thinking? Beat his ass. This nigga just killed his mama. I don't care what she did to you.
No, that's facts, bro. There's
Man,
no reason to kill
that's
your mother, bro.
crazy,
Go ahead,
man.
go ahead,
Crazy.
Kat.
That's crazy. I couldn't imagine it, man. That's rough. Like that have to start from like toddler. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, her not putting her foot in his ass when he was like really, really young. Like, you know, he didn't, it's like, I don't know, man. Up until my mom passed, man, it's like, you know, I had a sense of fear mixed with respect. You know, I didn't even curse around her, you know, let alone, you know, do some of the things I was doing. It's like you say, these days, and he not even young. This is an older guy. It's like these days, it's my man, it's rough, man. That's rough, man.
Man, I ran over my mama's leg before when I was a baby. Like, I was like, I think 3 years old or something. And she always keep telling me about this too. But I made a mistake and I didn't make a mistake. Obviously, I was a kid, but I had tried to drive, and I had got in the driver's seat, and she had left the car running, and then I had put the car in drive, um, and she tried to stop it, and I ran over her leg or something like that, and it was crazy. But she still loved me to this day. I couldn't imagine doing some shit like that to my mother. But the concept of what this was, this y'all see his face though. This man looked like he said, "I still got more in me left." Like bro, it like he's still trying to. He got some more shit that he ready to do too, and he ain't even done yet. Like it's like they about to put him in prison, and somebody in jail is gonna die in that bitch too. Like if he don't, you feel me? So I think like this is one of those stories of a dude that has like snapped. Like he's something made him snap. Maybe I don't know what it is. Like maybe his mother abused him or something like that. Maybe that could be the case or something. But he snapped, and you know, like this is the result of that. So, anybody else want to comment on this? Brother Soki or Sandman, welcome to the room. Sandman, how you doing, brother?
Hey, you know, like I said earlier, this kind of stuff been going on. This stuff been going on, man. It's just now I remember out here, um, early '90s, mid '90s, man. It was I don't know if y'all remember the Menendez brothers. They killed they parents, and they was rich, and they didn't kill them or nothing. You know what I'm saying? They still in jail, but it ain't
You
like
kind of low, Scott.
say that again.
You kind of low. It might just be me though, but you kind of low.
It could be me. But yeah, they still in jail. They didn't get the electric chair. They didn't get no needle. They didn't get nothing. They still in jail, and they killed both of their parents, but they was rich. You know what I'm saying? It's man, it's some way out stuff that be going on. But like I said, it's stuff like that that's been going on, especially from them people, man. They, cause I don't get it, man. They kill their parents. That is the way. You talking about demonic? You talking about man? All of the above, bro. That's crazy.
No, that's facts. It's just that's weird. It's weird because it's like that's your mother. It's a whole. That's why I said he could have been abused by her or something. But GG, welcome to the stage. How you doing? She might be busy though. You there?
Hey, I'm at work. I'm doing good. How are
Good.
you?
Did you want to speak on this topic?
I'm at work, so I'll chime in when I can.
Okay, sounds good. I know you just came in, but what you think about the story at the top, which is this Las Vegas man is charged with attacking and killing his mama, and they found multiple stab wounds in her and shit like that. Like, what do you think? And then look at his picture. What do you think about his picture? What does it say? Does it say remorse, regret? Sorry, man, this is crazy or what?
I agree with you. Peace to the room. I agree that he must endure some type of because excessive stabbing. It kind of insinuates there's deep hatred or anger that was caused by something related. So I agree he must have been abused or something. But another factor is he could have been on drugs too. But I still think that the drugs would fuel the hate that carries out in the excessive stabbing of your mother. To not even see her as your mother, but just to see her as an object to excessively stab. I think the judgment was impaired too.
Yeah, and you know what's so crazy too? Because a person that actually can stabbing somebody is deep for sure. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it is like not just stabbing a person, just but stabbing them continuously. You like you really are like in your heart. He snapped. This brother snapped. Something snapped in his mind or his head. Like I don't know if it's because something his mother did or if he something outside of his mother made him snap and then he just said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go kill my mother." I don't know that never makes sense though. Like it never is like something like that. Like no, like she probably did something or said something to him or something like that, and he just snapped. Like, and that's crazy to get to a point where you just say his eyes look like he lost it, bro. Like he looks like he wants to kill the person taking the picture. He's like, "You want some too, bro?" Like that's the energy that I'm getting from this brother. So I don't know how to put that, but
I definitely think it's drugs. I mean, just by his eyes and How many times we've heard in the news, you know, what motherfuckers do when they're on drugs, especially when they don't have no more right now, or the person who usually, you know, puts in for that habit. Maybe his mom used to giving him money to go get it, and today she's like, nah, that's it. And you
Yeah,
know, people's addiction even overcomes the ones you love. You end up hurting the one you love and care about, and at that moment, you're a whole different person. You know, it's like an alcoholic. You know, you get drunk, you do some wild shit, then you sober, like, yo, I did that. Oh shit, I can't believe. Same shit with the drugs, and I think the drugs is just a little bit more harsher than you know, the alcohol. You know, I've seen stories. I've seen people kill other people because they want to binge and they couldn't get no more drugs, and that person didn't want to give them money or give them share their drugs. Crazy shit.
Yeah, no, that's a big possibility. Like it could have been something like that. Um, but like I still don't see him killing his drug supplier. I mean, like or his financer or some shit. I just see that like it could like he could have been on drugs when it happened. You know what I'm saying? Like that could be definitely a possibility. But it could like we can jump to many conclusions on why he would have did it, you know what I'm saying, and try to make sense of it or whatever. But it could have been something deeper than that, you know what I'm saying? So we don't know. Like for example, like we just seen a video and heard about the what was that last not last Sunday. It was last Sunday. I think it was last Sunday. The dude that drove from Long Beach to Utah to kill his brother, like we don't know why he did that, but somebody he could have something could have happened we don't know about that brother did to him that made him feel so strongly that he drove like 12 hours to go kill this man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we could just say anything, but some of these stories we need back stories to really understand it more, because they both could have been wrong, even though we obviously see the main person wrong, but there could have been some wrong. And I'm not saying this man's mama was wrong. I'm just saying in general, there's always some deeper concepts going on. But Jay, how you doing, sister? Welcome to the stage. How you doing?
Thank you. Blessings, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to speak. We would like to say that maybe he has PTSD alongside drugs, and things trigger people that have PTSD. Who knows what he went through when he was growing up? We don't know.
Well, that's true too. It's mental health is always a thing. Like I said, I think I'm right, bro. I don't even care how nobody feel about it. Like they even agree, like the concept of him being abused and his mother like doing some type of bad shit to him like throughout his childhood, and like something happening on Mother's Day. Maybe it was the day itself or something. I don't know. That's why I said like that. I said like, bro, did you plan this, bro? Because like the irony behind this story is crazy, bro. Like it's a lot, bro. I don't know. That's my thoughts though.
I think when people focus and harbor on whatever negative experience they've been through, this is why it's so important to heal. People don't realize how the hatred of that energy grows. Once it reaches a certain capacity, you actually get past the point of logical thinking or critical thinking in a moment. If something triggers it and you've been building up that hatred for a while, it's just going to be enacted as the energy that it was built up to be. So, like I said before, I agree with you, mine. It was long term, and whatever made it snap, it was no looking back.
I do think it's a lot of deep concepts. Jay, you want to say something else, or you just throwing up that emoji?
No, we just wanted to put that out in the air.
100. So let me ask this question though. I want to go deep on the deep side. So if it is, say it is abuse, and his mother did something wrong to him and did it wrong. Let's not we. I'm gonna use the term deserve, and I don't want to. I only want to use it just to see the conversation. So would y'all think that if his mother abused him and did him bold in some type of way, do y'all think she would have deserved for him to do that? And we use deserve lightly because I don't even mean deserve it, but like is it her asking for something like that, um, or whatever the case may be? So that's my question to the room. I would like to know what y'all think.
The abuse necessarily didn't have to come from his mom. I don't think, but if we gonna put it on his mom, you know, I'm not sure if she was an addict herself, to the point where, they was fighting over or, had a disagreement over something like that. But we gonna think the harsh of the situation because of the turnout. But it's like you said, we can come to many assumptions. But we do know because it was either something, mental issue or drugs or both. We're not sure if it's on both sides or, just him himself.
What I can say is I would necessarily be the judge and jury to say she deserved it. However, someone who excessively abuses a person, it has a consequence. I'm not saying that getting stabbed up is the consequence, but I'm saying it doesn't go without measure.
So do you? So okay. So what? So not deserving. What word would you use though? Hey, what? Can you hear me? What word would you put on there if you didn't put the word deserving on there? Because I say deserving. Um, for me, I say like it'd be deserving because I feel like, and when I say deserving, I'm meaning like what you put out, you get back. Like you earned that. It just happened to come from your son in a very disgusting way. But it was something you put out there. If that happened, now that might not happen. You know what I'm saying? And so she might not have deserved that or earned that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just throwing that question out there because I really want to know what other people think about that. Because it's like when people die, we be like, why did that person die? And we blame God about a lot of stuff and all these things. And I just be wanting to know, like, do people actually think about all the sides of it? You know what I'm saying? Because if something happens to me, I'm like, I've like done a whole bunch of stuff throughout my life. I don't know what thing. I probably thought I could have died from a whole bunch of stuff, but what thing would it be? You know what I'm saying? And it might be the one thing I'm like, oh, this, I didn't deserve to die from this. Well, why not? You didn't die for something you probably thought you should have deserved to die for, or something, or could have died for it. So you know what I'm saying? So I just look at it as understanding. You feel me? So what y'all think?
I think the mama died because her crazy ass son killed her. Period. And it could have been, it could have been on how she raised him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we, for some odd reason, we starting to raise our kids the same way. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna start seeing these types of things in our culture too. You know what I'm saying? So it's just on how she raised him, and he could have been living with her. I can't imagine him being at his own place and then him driving to mom's house and going to kill her. You know, it's the same thing with the guy that went to Utah. You know, what possessed you to do that? So I imagine this cat had to be living with her, and they could have been arguing over something crazy, and you know, it's just crazy all the way around, man. But these people are insane.
This definitely already in our culture. I remember a few years back, a young guy killed his mom for some money. Young guy, like, so this definitely is not new to our culture.
I think I saw that too. What was that? 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Well, the story that I'm speaking of, I want to say it probably happened about 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. I think the guy was from Chicago. Kid was from Chicago, but however, he killed his mom for money.
What about that little boy that shot his mom that didn't buy him that video game on Black Friday?
Yeah, I think that was like two weeks ago.
Yeah, so
I
it's
mean, you said, well,
all.
not Black Friday. That couldn't have been 2 weeks ago, but I think I heard something about, a video game like 2 weeks ago or so.
Yeah, it was Black Friday. His mom woke up. She was doing the internet shopping or some shit like that. And he kept telling her he wanted like a VR. And she did all the shopping and didn't get him his shit. He went and got her gun and shot her in the face.
Here is a quick message from Mom Made TV featuring Crutch.
Shit. Pay attention to like what's right. Shit. Study. Pray. Take action, man. That's all I do. Stay working. You know what I'm saying? Try to better yourself every day. Yeah. Anything going on, man, with your life, man? Cause you busy. I know you busy, man. How you deal with the problem going on, man? Like how you just keep a positive mindset, man? Shit. Stay in this where I be. Right here, man. Working. Keep my mind off bullshit. Shit. You gotta keep shit in order, you know. Make sure it's all about keeping your shit in order, man. I know you can't please everybody. You know, some people will be mad, you know, and sometimes you gotta ignore motherfuckers too. Especially, you always keep all the good customers. That's one thing you do about business, but we here to use each other if you think about it.
Mom Made TV, baby. That's how you do it. You can go right now to YouTube and type in Mom Made TV and check it out right now for yourself. Let's get it.
Yeah. King John, man. Time coming. Mom made brand. Wonder. Love. See, I can't stop, I was born a king. Grew up so broke, couldn't afford a dream. So I put it on layaway. I was jailbait, going hell way, trying to sell weight, damn shame. But I found God, put the pills away. Finally could chill today. Done broke the curse, took the sin away. Now I can say things you beg to say. Ran away at 15, still getting that cheese. Couldn't take the way my mom was treating me. But it wasn't no worse than what the streets was teaching me. Live or die, no sign of God. Life full of traps, but you can laugh a lot. Have a mag and not Gucci belt, Jordan socks. Y'all boys need to stop. King John, I'm aiming for the top. Every time the beat drop, Mom made. I'm a black man, all eyes on me. I'ma make it happen, that's the blood in me. I let the sunshine, got a part of me. That's the bloodline, it's who I was born to be. I'm a black man, all eyes on me. I'ma make it happen, that's the blood in me. I let the sunshine, got a part of me. That's the bloodline, it's who I was born to be. Never had the best gear, but I had God. Lessons that I learned really made me think a lot about the past. Forget an ex, but I was thinking about my last. Only because misunderstood regrets that I had. Happy off a bag of that bubble glue. Who was you? I asked a girl sitting next to me. All the bad things I did, mine will lecture me. Can't you see the devil got your head full of deceit? I love my mom, but she couldn't see what God was doing for me, making me strong. So he pushed me to the streets. Why you trying to keep me from the heat? He wasn't gonna let me miss a beat. Shots fired, but my body in one piece. Holy Spirit was on me, probably only brother on earth. Driving on E, still getting through the week. Grace of God is really so sweet. Remind me of what I could be, better than now, but still got some. Probably the most high, stronger than the gun. No Tech 9, I pull out the Bible, then they run. I never praise the past, cause it's over too fast. Gotta keep going, but I'm focused on the cash. But I only need God, not a pistol and a flag. King John, I'm ready for the bad, but they ain't. But I am. I'm ready. I am him. I'm a black man. All eyes on me. I'ma make it happen. That's the blood in me. I let that sunshine. Got a part of me. That's the bloodline. That's who I was born to be. I'm a black man. All eyes on me. I'ma make it happen. That's the blood in me. I let that sunshine. Got a part of me. That's the bloodline. That's who I was born to be.
it's just too much going
That's
on.
sad.
Like y'all, like the thing. So like for example, one of the biggest stories that people like trying to bring out is that concept of the homeless black man that got choked by the ex marine on the subway, and that video is very disturbing, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Um, but all these things are going on, and it's really just because even that marine dude, he could have also been on some drugs that day, and then you know what I'm saying, whatever. But they charged him with manslaughter because yeah, bro, like that's deep. You choked that man to death, bro. You wasn't just trying to restrain him, bro. You choked that man to death. And that's fucked up, bro. And then and it was two white dudes on both sides of his arms, grabbing his arm, stopping him from being able to defend himself. That shit, bro. Y'all gotta just watch that shit, bro. But it's just deep, man. It's like we live in a world like this, and people can get away with shit like that, and it just get brushed under the rug. The dude go to jail, okay, cool, but like, damn, bro, like you could just that could just happen to somebody like that. So yeah, you could say he deserved it or whatever. Like you know what I'm saying? They brung out all of the charges that the black dude, homeless dude, had on him. They brung out all the list of charges that he ever been charged with and shit like that to like maybe comfort people and saying like maybe he deserved it. Like, okay, well maybe he did deserve it. But damn, that like is that how we getting down though? Like is we just letting people just get choked up and like actually helping people get like choke people up? Like this is terrible. So I don't know, man. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. And it's only gonna change when we start getting back to the root cause, which is the lack of love, the mental health, all that good stuff. Mental health is important because mental health is actually the awareness to help you recognize what's happening in your own personal mind. And like it's a lot of thoughts in there. So and I think we come on this app a lot and people be wondering why I be getting so aggravated about how people be on in this app. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even yesterday, my room went left because I allowed certain things to go a certain way. You can be too nice. It don't matter how you're not supposed to just be nice. That's not how life works. You can't always just be nice and let shit be how people want it to be. It's like a certain way shit things gotta be. And like your mind works a certain way and other people's who work the same way. But they don't all think the same way. Like some people have experienced certain things that stop them from being able to grab on the things that you might have. So you can't expect people to look at things the way you do. And that's was dangerous. It's bad because on this app, there's a lot of people being brainwashed right now. Clubhouse is literally brainwashing people right now. And this is crazy to me. Like that nobody's like they hate my room. My room is the one that they feel like is brainwashing people. Like Ace said yesterday, you're in here trying to brainwash people into thinking these things with this music and these frequencies. I'm crying. But the truth is they need this shit anyway. Like rather they know it or not. Like people need what I'm trying to bring. And that's like the concept. But people like don't they rather be in rooms arguing about conspiracy theories that they don't even know exist or might think exist or whatever, than to actually talk about the Bible and get aggravated with me because I always bring it up, or talk about God and what love truly is and things like that, because that's what's going to help us get to the next level. Everybody needs to agree on what love is in order for us to hold each other accountable for it. So it's that deep for me.
I personally think that love is not going to be able to be conceived, understood, or achieved when 90% of America is on drugs. 90% plus of America is on some type of mind altering drug. Now, whether it be what you drink, what you eat, or just taking drugs, how can we expect to do anything? Like, you're talking to people, you're trying to help people to understand, but literally they can't. Like, they can't. They're not even in their full right state of mind. The significance of your judgment being impaired will spill over into how you live your life. And I don't know if people understand that. They think like, oh, I can do tit for tat. I can go here or there. But no, it's not an either or type of thing. If your conscience is being severed and your mind is always altered, then even when you're sober, you're thinking about altering your mind again or escaping reality. So the danger of people being able to fathom love, know love, and understand love comes with being sober minded so they can have good judgment and good character.
Well, yes, but the truth of the matter is, most people in America, for real, they actually think more like they're supposed to think when they're under certain influences. That's the fucked up part about it, because um like, and not all, like alcohol doesn't really cause people to chill out and think. Alcohol just causes people to like stop giving a fuck about a lot of shit, and that's the difference between alcohol and things like marijuana, because marijuana will cause someone who to like sit back, think, relax their minds. And when you actually don't use your brain, and like don't use your brain, but when you don't actually try to think hard, your brain works better. And so that's what happens a lot of times, like things like mushrooms and things like that. Like mushrooms, people are doing mushrooms and they actually are using mushrooms in the what's the shit called in there, something, I can't remember, psilocybin or some shit like that, I can't remember the name of the shit. But it supposedly helps people actually like, it's supposedly actually help heal your brain and some shit like that, and actually reconnect some of your nerves, your brain's nerves or some shit, something that it's supposed to do. And people have actual therapy sessions, professional health, like health, mental health therapy sessions with using mushrooms and shit like that nowadays too. So a lot of the times, some of the drugs that people are using, they're doing that so that they can stop like allowing the overwhelming mental frustrations and hurts and thoughts and ideas that's filled into their subconscious mind and mind overpower them. You know what I'm saying? And so they need something to escape, because they don't know how to control these things, and they don't know how to actually get them in order. So if they can somehow be exposed to what they need, whether they drunk, high, whatever they are, if they can listen long enough, even under the influence, they can start learning what they need. And not saying that they need to learn under the influence. No, like you can't. It's just that you don't want to say that like just because they happen to be under the influence that they can't learn. Is what I'm saying. So
Oh, we're not talking about the accumulation of information. Anybody can do that. I mean, you see that very well. People in the school system, they learn to be able to regurgitate. We're talking about discipline and changing of your character. So what you just did was philosophize and excuse the need for people to escape and use drugs. Now, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I connected it to people's ability to understand the concept of love. You cannot know love if you don't know the ups and downs of life, the lefts and rights of life. You have to be able to fathom it in its full spectrum, because love encompasses all things. Now, if you want to always escape from the bad but then enjoy the good, then you won't know what love is, because you won't be able to empathize with your brother when he's going through bad, when you just dedicated your life to escaping the bad things or the things that make you uncomfortable, when the discomfort comes to correct your character. So I stand 10 toes down on America won't know remotely close how to love and what it means to truly love fully encompassing if their judgment's always impaired. You can't discipline yourself if your judgment's always impaired. You if you're always trying to escape, you can't discipline yourself. And so when people really realize what the Bible is talking about and all the other religions and things of that nature, it's really trying to get you to be able to discipline your mind so that you're not being ruled by your desires, because your desires outside of the will of the higher power is in direct conflict with your worldly things that you desire or want, that you chase after. You're supposed to be still at peace at all times, knowing that you lack nothing outside of yourself. But when your constant desires is to gain things outside of yourself, then you always think that you are what? Incomplete. And you were made and created to be complete, and you're supposed to sit in peace and stillness and know that. But like I said, it comes with practicing discipline, knowing who you are, and having a sound mind. That's why the Bible says strong drinks is not for kings. Why? Kings have to rule a nation or a country or whatever they're ruling. They can't be ruling and then judgment impaired, because people are depending on them to what? make their comfort or whatever their palace is civil. And so add it up.
Yeah. No, I think you mixing up what I'm saying. Like, 'cause what I'm saying is, I would never say to anybody that they should not seek to have a sober life. That's not at all what I'm saying. Um, what I'm saying is that just because a person is not living a sober life and they might drink or smoke crack, that's a whole nother lane. I can't speak for crackheads because I've never been on that at all. But I will say that I know that people go into those realms because it slows down their mind from all the things that's actually happening, and they stop overthinking so much, and they stop thinking as much about those things, and then their brain is actually able to take in more information. They're able to use it a little bit better than what they're using it when they're sober, because they're overthinking and they're using too much strength in their brain, and that causes you to think your brain to work less. So these things are real. This is not a false statement. So what I'm saying is that you can't say that a person can't learn because they're under the influence of like marijuana or something, or even alcohol. It's not that they can't learn or understand. Now, the alcohol part is different for sure, because alcohol again is like really like it makes you forget shit, and like you literally can you can, if you drink too much alcohol, you can wake up the next day and not remember shit. Marijuana, you're not gonna like, you go have your, it can fuck up your memory for sure. That's why smoking and shit, all that shit is bad. The whole point is though, when you're smoking marijuana, your marijuana is not about to stop you from gaining information and learning things and actually understanding things, even where you're wrong, or even, how many people, like for my, like myself included, have been smoking marijuana and said, bro, I need to stop smoking weed. So like, because I'm understanding that that's not, it's not about the weed itself. It's just it's like something deeper that I need to recognize. So I'm able to recognize a lot of things under the influence of marijuana. So my judgment is not impaired just because I'm under the influence. Now I think the like what can stop us from loving each other in this generation, in the way that everything is when we have the judgmental people who think that because a person might be not living a sober lifestyle, that they are not able to understand what's going on and what's happening. And that causes the people who might not be living a sober lifestyle to not want to be around the people who might be living a sober lifestyle. And then if they like cool with these people, they might not want to be around them as much or whatever. And they might like, it causes bad energy. It's just one of them type of things. So I think the lack of understanding on how mental health works, how the brain works, how everything functions is even a bad thing, because you need things outside of yourself regardless. Not saying you need weed, not saying, but weed, the actual health benefits of weed have come out, and they know that that is a beneficial plant. So that's another concept. So we got different concepts that exist that make people recognize that it's not um it's the misunderstandings that's more of the problem than the actual drugs themselves. So because you don't understand that smoking tobacco or tobacco leaves or even smoking anything is bad for your lungs and your body, you feel me? Then people have not tried to figure out ways that people can get the actual health benefits from marijuana without actually having to actually smoking and things like that. So there's like the misunderstandings are stopping the progression of coming together and benefiting from everything that is in this world. So that's what it is. You got people that can actually, if they actually found ways to actually use marijuana in ways that didn't allow them to smoke it, marijuana can help a lot of crack kids and other addicts and stuff like that actually wean off of those type of drugs and shit like that. And marijuana isn't a drug like those chemical created drugs. So it's a different effect on your body for one, and it at least gets you a head start of releasing yourself from all those chemicals. Now it's an understanding that like if people found ways to actually use the tools that we have in this world to benefit us better, instead of casting judgment on those who have abused them, then we probably can get somewhere as well. So that's how I feel, eh? And Goldie, welcome to the room.
Appreciate the welcome. I don't know what I've come into though. The title doesn't seem to reflect what you were just saying. So,
I'm about to change the topic.
I don't know.
Yeah, we talking about mental health and stuff at this moment, but we was talking about this man who kills his mom on Mother's Day. But we also talked about a 12-year-old boy who shot and killed a Sonic employee. And it was crazy.
The world is messed up. But that whole, I've never heard this one. Man kills his mother on Mother's Day. Wow. What a sick man. Must be mad calculated as well. And in regards to what you were saying though, I don't think weed can help crackheads. I think they're on a whole different sort of chemical in the bloodstream. I feel like when you start to, elevate or graduate yourself in the whole drug arena, going backwards is quite hard to do. But I do think that there are many, 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 many benefits to cannabis, especially in its purest form. Obviously, whereby now the government can now tax it. It's made it a lot more diluted, so the properties in which you will benefit from it, um, you're not getting its trueness in its purest form unless you're growing your own weed farm and you know exactly where it's coming from and everything else. Um, I don't think, yeah, I unfortunately it's not as beneficial as it would have been. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's the lesser of two evils. I will admit that. I've smoked weed before. Like, weed ain't gonna make to other things as well, like alcohol, or whether they take people do smart whips now, which is crazy to me. Cocaine, crazy drug, crack, even worse. Um, but yeah, I do think even if you sort of ingest it, it might be better than smoking it because obviously the lungs and everything else. But yeah, in regards to mental health, I do think there's a lot of things now that they've taken away. A lot of places where people can go to seek sort of refuge for their mental health because of funding. I can't speak for the US, but I could definitely speak for the UK because of certain funding and how things are being allocated money wise. Those that do suffer from mental health are going to continue to suffer because they do not have this place in which they can go to get the help that they need. And then they're just going to be roaming the streets like any regular Joe, not knowing this person is a schizophrenic and should be actually sectioned. But we live in a world where people don't care about them kind of things no more. And then you wonder why people want to just be killing people on the street and killing their mothers on Mother's Day because they're not getting the right interventions that they need. I had a kid today, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna land. I had a kid today, right? She she obviously is on the spectrum, and I'm not trying to class anyone that's autistic as someone that's struggling with mental health, but she's clearly on the spectrum. She processes things differently. Um, she thought it was all right to walk um, to another fellow classmate's house, even though this classmate had no idea. She followed her home and was willing to go inside this girl's house, and this is a 7-year-old. So these are things that we've got to sort of be very aware of at a very young age to know that, okay, this person may need certain, you know, um, interventions along their way, but it gets missed. And unfortunately, they become adult age and they do something stupid and they go to jail for life. So, yeah, man, it's such a sad cycle and it's such a shame. But yeah, I'm going to land there.
You know what's so crazy too, but like the way that everybody is set up in the world, like we look at shit so fucked up. We look at shit so fucked up. Like I remember this imaginary time that I always hear about the older people say to me, like, yeah, back in the day, you used to be able to go outside and your neighbors, everybody knew each other and everybody could go over each other's houses and everybody could do this and everybody knew each other and all the family members would talk to each other and like, you know what I'm saying? Like that is not where we live at today, and I've never seen it. And if it did exist, that's what's up, but it was a short lived time, because right now, if anybody like is homeless or something like that, they can't go knock on somebody's door who has a big ass house and probably a whole bunch of extra rooms, and they that live in the neighborhood and be like, yeah, boom, yeah, come on, you know what I'm saying? We can't do no shit like that. But that should be a real thing. But everybody in this, not everybody in this room, I ain't gonna say that. A lot of people in the world, and some people in this room feel as though that is wrong. Like a person shouldn't expect something like that, and you probably, in reality, shouldn't expect it, because you probably should have your own mansion and shit like that. But we live in a world where that's not the case, so that's not what's happening. So it's like there's a lot of things to it, and it's not about like, and this is another big thing, handouts, right? Like, don't you shouldn't be looking for a handout. Why? Like, why the fuck shouldn't I? Like, why wouldn't anybody that comes and offer me something that's good that I need, or that can help me, why wouldn't I take it? Why shouldn't I take it? But the problem is we not looking at it and this is the thing. If I have a lot because I've been doing whatever I've been doing, and then I have a whole bunch of extras, like say I got a big farm or something like that, and I have planted a whole bunch of food, and then I stocked up my food that I need for my whatever and all that good stuff, and I got a whole bunch of extra left over. What am I gonna do with it? Now I'm gonna sell it, right? That's what most people go do. They go sell it. Now I got a whole bunch of stuff that I got to sell, but I'm selling it, and I also still got even more left over. What do I do with it? I'm gonna try to figure out a way to sell some more, even though I still can't even sell as much as I got. I'm still working on selling what I got. So there's people hungry, but I'm gonna let them be hungry, because I feel like that people should be trying to work and do what they got to do too. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm even that type of person, I could be like, hey, well, if you can help me sell some of this corn, you know what I'm saying, you can keep whatever else extras you got. You know what I'm saying? But people don't have the mindset to help nobody in this world that we live in. There's nobody that's trying to figure out the most beneficial way that things can work out for everybody. They're only thinking about how things supposed to work out for them. And because they probably had to, which most of us do, have to do things on our own, like sometimes we get stuck feeling like that's how other people got to do it too. It was hard for me, so I want to make it hard for you. That's not how it has to be, but that's the world we live in.
I think that's the key. Like, just going off of what you just said, the sell part. That's it. Why are we selling? I can see trading. And if the person don't have nothing to trade, maybe they can work for their shit. But the sell part is the key. Like, if you look at it, like, where do you get sale from?
You know,
Because you didn't have to pay to get here. So that just revert back to our father's word. So we understand we do have to work. That's it. But like I said, as far as the work part, you'll be helping the person out that's less fortunate, other than yourself, versus selling it, or telling them to sell. Because you look at it like, I look at it like this: water. We know that's the representation of everlasting life. We all need it, but somehow today we got to pay for that. So it just I look at it like, if they can put air in the bottle, if they can put oxygen in the bottle and sell it to us, they would. And they do in some forms, but I think y'all know what I'm talking about.
You know they actually do put oxygen in
That's what I'm
bottles.
saying. So I mean, in some
Yeah.
in some forms, but y'all know what I mean.
Oh no, I get what you're saying. I think that's why I said yesterday in the room that there was a guy, one of my brothers, he was hosting a room about what the fuck was it? He was like, what's the cure? Is it love or money? And a lot of people kept saying money like they was stupid as fuck. And then I had told this one dude, I said, everything is fucking free on this fucking planet. Humans put labels and fucking things on things where God honestly gave us, he gave us things abundantly. Food, I mean, shit, plants is food. You know what I'm saying? Shit, things grow from plants, and and they grow into other things. Yes, we make things more easyable and accessible because like couches, chairs, TV. But honestly, no shade, no tea. That's comfortability. Outside of honestly, not one person is living naturally. Let's just keep it 100. No human being is living naturally. We're not living the natural way of what God is predeemed for us to actually be within. This is why a lot of shit is happening. This is why humans aren't like, say for instance, capital, you get a fucking cut. Back in time, back then your cut will be able to heal real quick. Nowadays it takes 5 to 6 weeks for your womb to fucking heal. This is why I say
Not mine.
mind by. This is why I say if people move within love, if people move naturally back into the olden days to where things actually made sense, then I feel like we can get somewhere. But you have more people moving within money. But to the title, mental health, what is the cure? Uh, a proper foundation. You know what I'm saying? Have a balance. Tackle that shit. We put more money into these organizations as far as the police force, the CIT training, than anything else on this planet, especially the military. But yet people keep wondering why people keep killing each other. Tackle mental health issues. Talk about love. Talk about respect. But we're too busy. We're focused on other things other than things that really matter to mankind. But that's just my opinion. Go D. Hey.
Hey, hey. Yo.
The thing is, what people don't realize. What up, D? What people don't realize is that it's not about like you know your feelings, but it's more so about reality. And if we get it, it's like, for example, the only reason why people sell things is because, like, for example, for me, I got books. Like, for example, right? I sell books. Now, if I wanted to give everybody in the world one of my books, right? I would have to, like, let me just do the calculation just real quick, right? It's 7.7 billion people in the world. Let me see if I can even put that in the calculator. I can't even put that number in the calculator in my calculator. But um, let's say 770 million people, right? I wanted to give a book to. I will have to look. My calculator won't even show me how much money I'm gonna need to actually do that, right? So that's the whole point. So for me to actually get the books to everybody, I have to charge money so that they can help me get more books to everybody. And if that's just what it is, it's like if something it needs to get put out, it has to be backed up. Now the only difference is this: I could give everybody in the world a book if I come up with enough money to get a press, like the type of like tools that I need to make my own books the way that I get them made when I get them from the Amazon company. You know what I'm saying? I got to get those tools, and then I have to actually, you know, then print up all those books and do it like that. Now that would be a more beneficial thing. So I would have to do that, but then I would have to know and learn the skills to do all those things. You know what I'm saying? So the people that's actually doing it, they're also offering a service as well. And so I'm just I'm paying them to actually do their service. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why money exists, because people are exchanging things, and the money is just like, okay, well, this is to show that you have traded something for something. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you had something valuable, so now whatever your value was, this is how much that value is, and now this is what you're gonna get for that, and you can use that to get this. You know what I'm saying? So that's why money exists. So if everybody,
What?
yes, so if
What
everybody,
but mine? What was existing outside of money, honey? Before, in olden times, before money was ever a thing, what was people trading?
yeah, stuff like it's a, like, for example, if a person had a family, right? That man that had the family, he would have, like, say, a farm, and he'd have whatever he grew from his farm, and he would take that in, and he would take that to whoever who he knew needed what he had, and then they would have like some uh, clothing, or they might have some type of tools, or they might have some type of whatever he might need, and he trade that for that, and then he get enough trade enough so that he bring that back to his family, and his family that is not working and don't have anything, they got what he got because of what he had. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's how it always been. So eventually it got to a point where, okay, I have this, and I don't have nothing that you want, but here's this. This is worth this much, and you can take this that's worth this much and take it to this other person that might want this. You know what I'm saying? So eventually, money started being created through people not having anything to exchange in return for what they might need, and they gave people like a IOU, or hey, this right here is a promise to get you this or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it
I mean,
started
I,
happening.
I, I mean, I get what you're saying. Good services. I mean, we all heard about that in high school, right? Middle school, I would hope. But what I'm saying is you know what? I agree. But what I will add to what you just said is that I feel like the way we use money and the way it's structured is why we honestly are living in a fucked up society. That's just my opinion. I don't think the Bible is wrong. I feel like humans make the Bible wrong. I feel like with our own interpretations of how we live and our mindsets, our opinions on everything and anything, I feel like we make life hard. I have to go back to humans, mankind. I feel like we are going to be that we don't have to wait for an asteroid to come whoop our ass, baby, because we're going to do it to our motherfucking self. This is why pollution is at an all-time fucking high. This is why plants that was helping us heal and overcome sickness, a lot of us humans wipe them shits the fuck out over time because we was like chopping trees down, trying to grow different properties and all type of other shit. So I agree with you that goods and services is a good thing to have and to use in trades and value. That's good. But I just feel like we just do it in like toxic, divisive fucking ways. And a lot of people honestly do not, they need to just go back to love. But my question to you before somebody else jump in, a brother in another room had said that we cannot, he said love is subjective. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
Of course, I do not believe that. Like love, for everybody who know me knows that love is patience, understanding, care, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty simultaneously, meaning at all times, meaning together at once. So you can't have love if you don't have all seven of those things in conjunction with each other. So that it's not subjective, and everybody knows this because everybody needs the same things.
Yeah, you
And
mind if I
we
say
know that.
something real quick?
Tap in.
So the fact that you just said those seven things is what you consider love is, that's what makes it subjective because that's not what I consider love to be. And I'm pretty sure there's somebody else that they feel like love means something totally different to them too. So it's like,
It's
I,
objective, correct? I mean, no, it's
uh,
subjective
no,
and it's
subjective
objective.
because
No, no, no.
it's
So
it.
D, that's that. Like, even if you say that, right? The key is like
Mhm.
you're gonna have to tell me. So first off, right? Um, whatever love is, it'll have to be the same for everybody anyway. Meaning like everybody would have to be able to recognize this. And people like be thinking they're recognizing it. Now, everybody in this room, like I said, whenever a person in this room has ever experienced a person being patient with them, understanding to them, caring to them, corrective to them in the proper manner, meaning actually giving the actual solution necessary to help correct them and make them a better person, has long suffered with them, has been faithful to them or loyal to them, they have a different feeling towards that person. They not only do they're not able to hate that person for any reason, but they're able to like they're actually like, man, I you know what I'm saying, they don't want to let go of that person.
That's
And
a
that's
fact.
because it's
I
a
definitely,
love there.
my fault.
No, it's just
Now, but
because it's a love
that's what
there.
I'm saying. I hear what you're saying, but how do you know it's love? We attach that word with it. So this is the thing. I'm about to go back to school for law. So it's like I'm about to get into the definitions and breaking down and dissecting. And it's about to get real. So it's like, yeah, we that's a word that we use because it's so just thrown out, and that's what we know. But we can't say for sure that that's exactly what love is. If you get what I'm saying.
Well, no, I get what you're saying, but like I'm saying, like I can say that love is that because I know what love is. And the subjective part that you're speaking on is the people who have a misunderstanding of love. Like, for example, the Bible breaks down, it's three words in the Bible mainly that actually is identified in English as the word love, but in the Bible they come from actual different languages. Like for example, in Hebrew, the word ahaba is the word that's used for love. Now in the Greek, the word that matches the word ahaba, that has the same exact definition as the word ahaba, in Greek that word is agape. Now these two go hand in hand with each other. They mean the same exact thing. But then you also have another word that's translated into English as love as well in the Greek is a Greek word as well, and that word is philos, and that word means lust and desires and liking and all that good stuff that's dealing with your feelings and emotions. That's not a haba or agape, but they all three of those words are translated into love, which means that they all are identified as love in English when that's not true, because in different languages they mean different things. And to identify with and because people have mixed them in with each other, people have now caused themselves to misunderstand love, because now they think that whenever they like somebody and feeling all good about somebody, that means that they love the person, and they don't. It has nothing to do with the love. Like with love, the love is the actual patience, understanding, care, correction, understanding, loyalty, and faithfulness that you have to have with that person. And if you don't have, and that person has to have with you. And if you don't have that, or they don't have that with you, there's no love there.
I'm just still not understanding how people can, say that love is subjective when, well, if that's the case, then you will also have to refer to the Bible, because the Bible is the thing is that's connected to us human beings, or religion, whatever you want to call it. So if that's the case, then is God love not, is, I guess, his love subjective or objective?
No, God's love is not
So no, I,
subjective.
I get what you're saying, but I'm asking him.
Oh, me? Oh,
Yeah.
well, like it's funny because I'm literally about to start going back to church on Sunday. So now me, I tell people all the time, like I'm more spiritual than religious, hands down. I'm always gonna be like that because I know that religion is more based on following shit and just like yeah, there is stuff to take from it,
So wait,
but
hold on, D. Are you undisciplined in your spirituality though, or do you have a
um,
spiritual discipline?
I can
Because if you
say
do,
well yeah.
you're
So I
religious,
can
bro.
say I was no. Wait, what you said?
I'm asking you. All right, let me ask you a question. Are you undisciplined in your spirituality, or do you have
I'm
discipline?
undisciplined. No. So this it goes beyond spirituality because I'm undisciplined in this. I was. I can say I was. Now I'm working on getting that discipline back, getting that focus back. So that's gonna come in all areas. So spirituality is one of those focus I gotta one of those areas I have to focus my discipline on, and that's gonna be a part of my journey. You feel me? So I can understand more, and I can understand why is this like that, and like the way I have my views on God is it might be for some people that's especially like people that's been on into the Bible all their life, it might sound like some blasphemy, I guess you could say. But yes, in some way, form, shape, form, force, fashion, I do believe that me myself, I am like I am God. Like I know people say that all the time, but like the perfect version of me. Every time I pray, like yeah, we call him God, but I'm talking to myself. Like that's that when I talk to God, I'm just talking to myself and I'm telling myself what I need. Like yeah, I'm praying, but that's all going like I'm that source. I know I'm that source. If you get what I'm saying, I know that all that power that I need is coming from me. Like yes, I know
You
it's
don't
something
believe in
bigger
God,
than
is what
me.
you're saying.
You said
You don't
what?
believe in God, is what you're saying, basically. It's short, long story
I
short.
I just nah. The way I interpret God is not the same. I do believe in a higher power. You can say that. Let's say that.
Bro, do you believe in God? Yes or no? Really? It's a yes or no question. Do you believe in the Almighty Creator? Yes or no? Because it sounds like you believe you are God. So you
So this is why I
worship
said.
yourself.
So this is why I said it might sound blasphemous to the churchgoers. And I'm not. I'm not here for that. I'm not. All I'm saying is that I know there's more. There's something. There's a bigger source. What it is, I don't know what. Nobody knows what it is. We can only speak from what we've been through, what we've been told, and what we believe. So I'm more the person that I'm willing to dig in and really look to those hard places that people will sit there and bury. All them compartments that everybody, they say you compartmentalize a lot of shit. And yeah, I'm starting to open up all those compartments, like clearing everything out. So
I'm in the same category with you, D. I believe that there's a creator in that nature, didn't just suddenly appear. We got these beautiful trees, mountains, hills. You got animals, you got people, just the eyeball itself, just the eyeball in itself in a person is an extraordinary thing. It's like, it's fascinating, and we got this body, hands, and things like that. My problem is when people pick up a book and think they're going to get inside the mind of this creator who is massive. Like, I don't, and then you got several books, and, and I believe that you can come up with a form of godliness in all of these different religions, but no religion will ever, show you who this creator is, whether it's a person or a people or a group of gods, or, it just, so that's where I'm at.
and then another thing too, like if so I've always and I never realized why it was like this, but even from a kid, I used to always think, why is God him? Why is it him, he? And it's like I never seen any men birth nothing. Anything that's being created is through a woman. We all come from a woman.
Yeah,
You got
that's
Mother
true. But we
Nature.
all came from our daddy's ball sacks at some point,
Yeah,
didn't we?
that
Though.
too. But I feel like I've been stuck in that, the chicken or the egg. And I just seen a video not too long ago saying that, the the egg that chickens that we eat now, they're fucking a crossbreed between vultures and some other shit.
Hey
And
D,
foul.
hey D. Can I ask you a
Yo, what's
quick
up?
question, man?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what do you believe? The highest creator. What do you believe his last creation was?
You you can repeat that one more time?
The creator that you say you believe in.
hmm
What do you think his last creation was?
His life's creation.
His final creation was.
You said his final?
Yeah. What do you believe his final creation was?
You said his final creation, right?
Right.
I mean, this is why I say it goes back into myself because, like, honestly, everything is still going. We don't understand why this is like this. We're finding new species of shit that's so it's like, yeah, I'm not totally dismissing that there is a higher source beyond ourselves, but what if this is all I'm saying. What if that higher self for all of us, we sitting here talking about like, we get into religion, getting away from spirituality, and it's like we're taking away from ourselves. We're not feeding ourselves. We're not like, yeah, they tell you don't idolize, but how about you give energy to yourself? How about you pray to yourself? How about all them words we speak of, law of attraction? We speak I'm a testament. I know my words carry weight on them. Weight. And now I know, let me walk into that. Oh yeah, what am I waiting for? So it's like, can I give that credit to not to say an imaginary force, or do I give that credit to something that's inside of me that's always been there? I can't explain it. That's what God is. That's something that you can't explain. We
Uh,
try so hard to put a face and put reasoning and like, well, this has to be like this because, it has to be. Nah, you just gotta live in the fact that you here. Once you find my thing is once you find out your purpose, nothing else really. It's not a lot of shit is not gonna matter to you. Like once you find out your purpose, religion and all that, that shit is not gonna matter to you. It's not gonna bother you. It's not gonna phase you. Like you be the most religious person you are, but if you know if you're walking in your truth, you're walking in your purpose. I mean, the last thing you gotta worry about is making sure you go to church every Sunday. Because church is anywhere where there's a two or three more gathered, right? They give us these little shits here all the time. I don't like being in the church setting all the time. But guess what? If I'm with one more person, two more people, guess what? We can pray. Why not? Because I know I'm speaking shit into existence. I'm speaking it, I'm praying it, but I'm speaking it. And we got to realize that the spelling, all that spells, like, yeah, let's start casting some good spells.
Have you discovered your purpose?
Oh, yeah.
bro.
Oh, yeah. This is so, all right. So this is,
Hold on,
you
D.
know,
Before you go,
mm,
right? Number one, um, when you have like this is the thing, like when the love part, we kind of got past it because like I guess like whatever. Whole point is identifying love is key. You told me that you don't agree with what I said love was, and that's deep because that means that you don't know what love is, and I'm just being real when I said it. And if you tell me what of what I said isn't what love was needed in love, like for example, if you can give me something outside of what I named that can that's needed to love a person, then
nah, I agree
then
with you. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just
oh,
saying
okay. No,
that.
no, I'm saying so if you understand that love is patience, understanding, care, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty at all times, then there's nothing outside of those things that we should really be focused on doing, and we should be trying to make sure we're doing that at all times. So if a person's not doing that at all times, then they really can't claim to have a structured life. They really can't claim to be a structured person. So that's the whole point. Like that's
All
what
right,
we're
so
at
now let me
right.
ask you this, right? Now, say I'm a person that's moving in that light already. Like without church, without like I'm not being told to do this. I'm not following the book. I'm not being say, oh, if you don't do this, you're going to hell. Like I'm just like this. Like my integrity is there because it's there. I don't need a book to tell me to do this and behave like this and you should not, steal and like I don't that's just me though. I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm not speaking on the general populace. I'm just talking about me. That's all I can speak for. So like, what work for you, work for you. Everybody don't learn the same, everybody don't move the same. But my thing is like, we really gotta break down that religion barrier because it's like you got people that will really get caught up. Like we all know every church you go to, you cannot go there a certain type of way because you go there a certain type of way, what's gonna happen? Oh, everybody gonna be talking about your ass. Look at this. Who told them? Where is it? Yeah. So it's times that people like me, for instance, like I'm not dealing with that, and especially knowing that most of the people that go to church, they come in here to resolve sins and do everything back over that they just repented on Sunday. They about to just wild out from Monday through Saturday and go back to church on Sunday, repent like it's all good, and do the same thing. So I've grown up watching the hypocrisy in the churches. Like we all see it. We know all churches is not bad. All churches is not messed up. But from my personal experience, I haven't really seen churches that really uplifted the communities that I was in. I'm just speaking real. I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy. The amount,
So
like the amount of churches that's everywhere, they like we speak of gentrification and things like that, and it's like, can we really be mad if we're not sitting here learning how to buy our property back, utilize it to our what we need fundamentally, and we just wait we just waste it.
Yeah, no, that's so religion is not the problem, brother. And I'm about to let Sean go. The religion is not the problem because the Bible tells us that the true religion is to love one another. Like that's love is the key. And if you're not loving, then that's the problem. Like anytime a person is not this like displaying love, they should be removed from amongst the people who are trying to practice love and love. So
But
that's how we can make the
not to
community.
cut you off, but this is where I was going with it. Now, if you gonna cut somebody off because they not, they not showing the love, you gotta remember everybody don't know what love is. Everybody don't know how it feels. You got motherfuckers that's 30 years old still don't know what a genuine hug like. Yo, I love you. Like they don't know what that feel like.
Yeah,
So
that's why
you
we
got to,
supposed to teach them. Like that, the whole
yeah.
problem. Don't know. That's the
But
thing.
but
If a
but this is
person's not
but no.
trying to,
But this is
if a
why you
person's not
said
trying,
religion is
no,
not a
but I'm saying
problem.
if a person's not trying to learn love, that's when they become an issue. They're not an issue as long as they're trying to learn. So if I identify that a person is not actually practicing love in a moment, and and I'd say, hey, you're not, loving me, and I don't appreciate that, like, what I'm saying, and then they should be like, okay, well, how am I not loving you? And I can tell them, and I can teach them, and I can show them. You know what I'm saying? And like, if they don't agree and don't want to love, then they should leave me alone. And if they choose not to, and like keep coming at me wrong, then I'm supposed to separate myself from them because they're attacking me at that point. If you're not coming at me with love and you coming at me with energy opposing me, then that's what I need to separate myself from. That's an attack. So it's under being able to identify love helps you not only defend yourself, but it helps you allow yourself to stand in the place you have to stay in. You feel me? And it's easier once you start practicing it. It's hard when you don't know what it is, and when you first getting to know what it is and start recognizing that you're not doing it, it's hard at first. But when you practice it, it gets easier for you to start recognizing when you don't have to allow certain things to happen or go down. You don't have to move a certain way. You can move in love even if somebody else is not choosing to. So that's where we supposed to all get to, and we can teach everybody how to do that. And if a person's not willing to do that, they part of the problem.
Can I step in here real quick? So I've been listening, and obviously the concept of love continues to come up. And I won't get too deep into how the Bible is trying to explain love, but love is perfection, and perfection is completion, and in that perfection is peace, stillness, and the inability to be moved. So when you truly encompass love, then you understand that love is peace, and peace is perfection. You cannot be moved. So when it comes to emotions and desires, they move you to do things. They draw you into things. They entice you, right? And so the Bible talks about sin laying at your door, basically waiting for you to come desire it so that it can enter inside of you. But when you're still and you're immovable, then that's when you're embodying love, because you understand the fullness or completion in all things. So when it comes to the way the Bible is using love, and mine was talking about it earlier, in Hebrew, the term ahava or hava is used, and the numerical value of ahava is 13 if you study gematria. Now the same gematria for 13 is a concept called akkad, echad, and akkad means oneness. But this oneness means that the creator of all things has many aspects, but all of those aspects contribute to the oneness or whole, and that is connected to the ahava or love that we speak of. It encompasses all things. So whenever you get yourself into either or type of situation, or it has to be this or that, then that doesn't encompass the fullness of love. Whenever you feel like you have to choose between this or that, or this is right or wrong, then that's not love, because if you understand the purpose of everything, remember your creator is the creator of everything. So you understand that, like the book of Ecclesiastes talks about, it's a time to what? Live, it's a time to die, it's a time to laugh, it's a time to cry. These things are meaningless. The sun comes up, the sun goes down. All these things happen in a cycle. So this is the cycle of life. There's nothing new under the sun. Also in the book of Ecclesiastes. So when you understand the fullness of what the Bible is trying to convey in regards to love, then you'll understand that love is not just an emotion, because the emotions drive you to do things that are against yourself. The Bible talks about the heart being deceitful above all things. Why? Because if you misuse love, mine talked about he talked about the Greek translations of love. So you have agape, which will relate to ahava or akkad, and that is the fullness of love that encompasses all things. But then you have eros, and eros is a desire, the desire of love. And so it's like y'all are saying, these things are subjective. If somebody is driven by their desire to love, then they are not encompassing love. They're different. If someone's driven by their desire for romantic or sex or whatever the case may be, then they are not encompassing or bodying it, because they are at a lack, and so they feel like they have to do something outside of themselves to be complete when they're already complete, as I mentioned earlier. um so if you look at the Greek translations of love, and then you look at the Hebrew translation of love, there's also brotherly love that my he mentioned earlier, but he said it was desire, but it is actually not desire. It's a brotherly love, and I forget what the name of it is. There are different types of love, but regardless, love is all encompassing. It's not just flowers and you want to lay up in the lilies of the field and be all, love is also correction. And so once we gather that, then we can actually embody it, because we won't be moved by everything that happens inside of our life. We will be still. Peace be still.
That's basically what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to. That's exact like you said. That's what I was trying to get at. That's exactly what I was trying to get at. Honestly,
Well, no. So me personally, I honestly feel like I hear what A is saying, but it's like also it's this point where the brother said he could have disagreed with what I was saying. Like when I say love is patience, understanding, care, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty at all times. The reason why those things are important is because, like A just said, is because there's nothing outside. Like if you fully understand each one of those seven concepts and you truly initiate those things within your life, within yourself, and with God, you cannot lose. You feel me? And so you have to understand what those things are though and what they mean, and that's where it gets, because like if a person don't know what patience, understanding, care, correction, all these things, and long suffering, which they get upset about when I say it, if they don't know what these things are, then of course they not gonna feel like that's love, because they're ignorant of the fact that these things are love. You know what I'm saying? And so until they understand it or experience that they might need it themselves, they don't feel like the value of it is that valuable, because they not looking at it what it means. Like long suffering, for example, is the ability to suffer long through all the trials, tribulations, and problems or inconveniences or frustrations or whatever that's gonna occur when you're dealing with any situation or any person or even yourself. That long suffering part is so important, because that's how you get to the actual loyalty and faithfulness part. You can't prove to be faithful or loyal to anybody unless you are willing to suffer long in any situation, because it's gonna be good at a lot of times, especially if you got a good person. But it's gonna be bad times that's gonna occur for some reason, something. It might not even be nobody's fault, and you cannot give up or be like, "Nah, fuck this. I ain't dealing with this shit." But that's what most people do. So that's the whole point of like why it's important in long suffering, what long suffering really means, but you have to be willing to do it. But sometimes we convince ourselves that things are worse than they actually are because we don't want to long suffer. So that's how it works. But that's what I believe that the whole point is, brother D, is like once person really learns that love is those seven concepts, then we can change the world. We can actually get to a point where everybody starts learning it correctly, and we start spreading it around the world more and more and more and more, because that's what God is.
yeah, I definitely hear you. I feel like you know what it is it's schematic. It's just like when people phrase things a certain type of way, like until it's broken down, like you're gonna respond to it a different type of way. You're gonna have, but at the same time, like you dead might have like you might be on something like a base as a base. Yeah, not everything, because love is like it's all like she said, all encompassing. Like it's a lot, but those seven core shits is like that does give you the like nah, it's love there. Because honestly, that's what those 7 things that you said. That's what I go off to know if somebody is really for me. Like, cause I'm already doing all of those 7. Like, that's me. That's in me. Like, I'm gonna do that regardless, no matter who I meet. But now it's up to you to reciprocate that. And if you reciprocate that, oh yeah, we locked in. That's how I've always been. So I mean, yeah, I feel that that's a nice little core 7 right there.
I wanted to jump in
Um,
and mention because just clarify that philos, the translation of love in Greek, is the brotherly love I was talking about, but I couldn't grasp the name. But go ahead.
You know, I got certain friends of mine. I can count my friends on one hand. 3 or 4 people that's in my life that, I'll do and go over and beyond. I've been in situations where, they've actually proved to me or shown me that they really in my corner, calling at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning saying, hey, I need help on the highway or whatever the case may be. But just to be showing people, random folks, or people that I don't go that far with people. I just, I'm very private individual, and I'm only letting anybody in that don't know me. But so far, you're not gonna know, a lot of things about me. And that goes for, at my job. I just started you know, a new endeavor, and I work around a lot of good people. But I'm not gonna be in a situation where these people are calling me. They got my phone number, and I'm just doing this extra stuff. My kids are probably the closest that you'll see me do all of that what you named, all of these things that you say love is. I think love is better shown than talked about anyway. But my kids are the best examples of that, and my significant other, if I have one. But to be going outside of that, I do things. I feed the homeless folks and drug addicted and stuff like that. I may once a year, twice a year, I do that. you know but just to be going around and embracing, telling people I love you and you gonna get all of this, whatever you named, all of that stuff. I don't do that. I just don't. People don't get from me like that. I live around people that will suck and suck. They just suck from you until they can't get. It's people. I've experienced that with people in churches, and people who say they love this God and all of that type of stuff. They just basically users, and if they see these things in you, that's all they're gonna do. Take, 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 take. So I hear what you're saying, but that comes with uh, I guess instincts, intuitiveness. Who to go that distance for. But it's not a lot of people I'm doing that for. Like I said, I got an inner circle. These people have been friends with me though for 20, 25 years, 30 years. I don't meet nobody, and just because they come to me with this face of you know, happiness, or, I'm just embracing them thinking that, okay, this person's from God, or, no, no, no. Can you got this? You got, no, I don't. Back up. You're too close. I'm just,
man,
that's
so
where I'm at.
Daryl, let me say this right. The truth of the matter is, everybody on this planet has their own choice to do anything. Like, for example, with me, um, I just grew so my mother, right? She was a drug dealer because my daddy was a drug dealer, and my daddy met her when she was young and got her to tap in, and boom, boom, boom. They had me. She dropped out of school, high school. You know what I'm saying, and was dealing with him. My grandma and stuff. Her mother passed away when she was 13, and like she was still with my grandmother and my aunts, and they didn't want nothing to do with her after she started dealing with my dad, and then we was living place to place and stuff like that, and I grew up like in that type of environment, right? Now the thing is, I had to grow up a little bit earlier. You know what I'm saying? I used to have to watch my little brothers and sisters and all that when they would go to work. My mom and my stepdad be gone. I was the one that was like doing all the babysitting for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? For real. Like, and actually having to get up in the morning because they would already be gone and get my, brothers and little sisters up and get them breakfast and get them together and make sure they good. And, making sure that we was good throughout the entire day until they got home like late afternoon. So that was me. As I got older, I would go like, and even still throughout school, like I was always a person that used to get in trouble at school because I was trying to make everybody laugh. I was doing that was me. I was the goofy person, and I also got decent grades, but then I got like I play around sometimes, so sometimes my grades would be bad, get in trouble, whatever. That's who I was, bro. So my point is, as I got even older, I started getting to the world where I started being exposed to more people because I really wasn't exposed to a lot of people because my mom, after she left my dad, she separated us from a lot of people. And that was when I was like 5 years old, 6 years old. And it was like she ain't want us going over people's houses, spending the night. She barely wanted anybody to come over our house and spend the night and nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? And so it was just a lot of that. And we only would go to church, school, come back home, and be at home all the damn time, and be in the house most of the time too, and wouldn't even be outside a lot. And I didn't experience a lot of people. So when I did start experiencing people, I just always used to want to be around people and talk to people and kick it with people and like love people. You feel me? Like I was like the people in my house. Like that's just what I was. And I didn't realize that the world was full of people that didn't want the same thing or didn't care about, not even didn't want it, just didn't care about the same thing. And there would be people that would experience me, and I would go to different schools and I would experience different people, and everybody used to love me. It would be people that would love me, but there would always be the people that didn't. And it was always like more energy towards like the people that didn't like me than it was for me because I was like this new person. So it was like I was always the person that was getting into it with people, fighting, you know what I'm saying? That was me. But I always still used to be the same person, never changing, things like that. So it's a different energy for some people. Some people change because of the things they go through. I never changed who I was throughout my entire life. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people change at some point and they don't stay that same kid that they always been. They change into this other person and then they forget who they was when they was a child, and then they're not able to love and be who they're supposed to be in this world. So that's why Jesus said, unless you become like one of these little children, you could not see the kingdom. So that's my thing. That's my stance on that. Like you choose to love or you choose to be one of those people who feel like that ain't my business, ain't my job. I ain't really worried about y'all, whatever. So that's it.
You have to change. You can't remain as a child. You can't do childish things. You had to change. As you get older, you change. You become more responsible. You see more. You start to see the world different as you get older than when you was a child. So it doesn't make sense to stay as a child. That's
No,
ridiculous.
no, no, no.
My
So that's
my
why.
my
No, hold
my
on. There, one last thing. That's why I said one of the biggest things I said was that I had to be responsible early. So like being a kid, I really didn't never really have a chance to be like a kid like most people. Like I didn't never get a chance to be like I had moments where I was enjoying childhood where I was like doing certain things that kids do, but for the most part, majority of the time, I was not living a childhood that most kids would live. I was very restricted, confounded, and like it was a lot of like discipline and stuff like that that was there. So it was different for me than it is for a lot of people. So some people didn't have that type of structure, so they living like these childish kid lives until like reality hit them in the way that it already hit me. So I never was looking at life like you just can do anything you want to do and that you just can like I never looked at life like that ever. but I still had the mindset of a kid, of creativity, of idea making, of loving, and good energy, just wanting to be around family and shit like that. Like that was who I was. And that's the child in me that always was like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it never changed.
You said something that made me think. My son came. We had a talk. I got two boys, and one is 28, the other one is 30 years old. So we talked the other day, and when coming up, their mother, we was together. We had moved, and we moved to a neighborhood that had a lot of white people and everything like that, and you know, my kids are very lovable. Actually, my whole family, people loved me. And I had older people that used to say, "You got kids? I'd love to meet your kids. You're such a nice guy, this, that, and the other." And, my wife was one that would, or my ex was one that was real trusting, real trusting. And we meet these people. And next thing you know, she's like, "Well, the kids want to go over such and such house and spend the night and this and that." And I would always push back on that all the time, that going over people's houses, spending the night stuff. That's not something that I entertain. We were two totally different peoples. I think that's one of the reasons why we're not together today. But, my son later on, just about a month ago, we had a discussion. He said, "Dad, I remember you and mommy used to argue about that all the time." And he just opened up to me and told me some of the things that he got involved in as a result of being in other people's houses. People who got this smiling face, who come talking about God this and God that, and all of this type of stuff. He told me some of the things, and he agrees with me because now he has a child. He has a child now. So he's like, I'm definitely not letting Peyton, go and spend the night here and spend the night there and these people's houses. My sister-in-law, they took me, this was around the time when I was just coming out of the church. And she was like real trusting with these church people, and I went there. I was the drummer for the pastor. He was a minister of music. I was his drummer for maybe about 15 years. Me and this guy never got along. Never. And we were both in the same church, both embracing. I just saw things in this dude that I didn't like, a whole lot of things. And I used to always question that. That was one of the things. But anyway, long story short, my sister-in-law had a little son. He was about 10 at the time. And, come to find out, she was going to his church for almost 10, 12 years. 7 of those years, they was fucking this boy, and she was handing them over to them. The one guy that she was handing them over to, she considered marrying at one time. I'm going out with Edwin. And I said, "Edwin, you don't see, you don't uh, see, there you go. I can't stand it when all of this type of stuff."
I'm
They,
crying. Bro.
they hated it when I came around sometimes because it was just so obvious to me, the stuff that I could see. So we just trusting and loving and all this type of stuff, man. That kind of talk, it always, I get a certain way. I know how to love my community. My mom showed me, she fed the community. She was not only the pillar of our family, cousins, aunts, uncles, everybody would always come over our house, but she was the pillar in the community. She showed me how you take care of your community, how you can bless your community, feed your community, and do things. But that don't mean you open yourself up to everybody and everybody's walking into your space and you embracing them and all of this type of stuff. You can help people, but you got to have the right mind. You got to be, sharp on your feet. You got to be intuitive. You got to know some things. Just to be saying, "Oh, this is love," and just blanketly throw it out there. No, she loved her family, her inner family, totally different than she did her community. but people loved her. When she passed away, it was packed. You know, people came from everywhere. I was like, my gosh, man, she affected many people's lives. But you gotta be, you know, this whole blanket, this is love, and this is, it's gotta be like this. Kick, rap, rip, crap, kick it, tap, tap. And then just embracing it and say, oh, okay. Oh, that's, it's a
Well,
little bit more to it than that.
That's the point that I'm making overall, though, Daryl, is that what you're describing is in love. Like, and so when we're able, and she, your wife, she didn't know what love was either. So she didn't know how to identify it. So when somebody's just being nice to her, or somebody just being kind and putting up the illusion of what people identify as love, that has nothing to do with love, because love has a sense of kindness to it, but it's not always like that at all times, because there's a time for everything under the sun. And the fucked up part about it is, Paul did a poor job. I ain't gonna say a poor job. I will not say poor job, but he did a great job. But he spoke in a manner of current feelings. He spoke on how he personally was feeling in the moment about love in the moment, and it confuses people sometimes, because when you say love is kind, you know what I'm saying? There's an understanding that's there as well. That's like, yes, it is, when it's being done and the person that's receiving it, the person that's receiving it is also willing to give it in return. But you have moments where you're coming in love, and then another person might not be, and it's not that you can't be kind, but you have to make sure that you are very patient, understanding, caring, corrective as well. The correction part that's got to be there. You have to be able to correct the person, and sometimes people don't look at correction as kindness, even though kindness is you taking the time out to give a person the solution that they might need to help them, is kindness in itself, but it doesn't look like it in the moment to certain people. So again, like, the way that kindness is even perceived or understood is not even always the way that people want it to be. So when you learn what love truly is, then you are able to identify how you're supposed to move yourself in situations, no matter if a person is truly loving or not. Your intentions stay the same, and they can't fool you. You can't fool real love. You can only fool people with the fake love that people be trying to identify as love, that's not really love. Love has nothing to do with your feelings or emotions, if that makes sense to you.
When it comes to the words, and then maybe I have to get better with this, but I can't stand the words kind and nice. I do not believe in the concepts, especially how they're used in the world today. Whatever the word kind translates back to, and the Greek, when it was written, I'm pretty sure it probably encompasses more than what it means to be kind in America today. But from my experience, when people use the words nice and kind, they're trying to tell you to be passive, and not be basically they're trying to tell you to be a fraction of who you actually are. Like, I don't need you to be fully you, I just need you to be like a portion of yourself, and maybe like add a little sprinkle to it. And what happens is we turn into this like passive societies where, though, nobody speaks their mind, everybody says what they think people want to hear instead of saying what needs to be said. And then it's just a bunch of fluff, but nothing's really going on underneath the fluff. And so every time somebody says, oh, can you be a little nicer? I've always realized that it was their inability to see the necessity of the moment, and they want you to basically change who you are to appease them. And so the concepts of being nice and being kind, be natural in who you are, right? It doesn't mean that you go out and just start being a jerk to people and just start saying, any old thing. But at the same time, you should be able to speak in the natural tone of your voice. You should be able to say what you feel like needs to be said in a respectful manner. I believe in the word respect, absolutely, and you should be able to just get the job done. But when you say be nice and be kind, I don't know about any of that. But I'll land with this. When it comes to love, Daryl, you're absolutely right. Love is like having a toolbox, right? You're embodying the concepts of love. But also, a concept of love is being able to discern. The Bible talks about discernment. And so, if there's an area or a place or a person that you're not supposed to intermingle with, the spirit will bear witness with the spirit of truth. So you'll feel that, like you said, Daryl, the instinct, like you're not supposed to be here. You need to go. Or you probably don't want to do that. You need to go. So that discernment is a part of love because it protects you from basically walking blindly into a ditch. So all those things are love. You don't just leave yourself out for any old body to use you and abuse you. And then you be like, oh my God, whatever happened to love? It's just like people are in the mode of survival. You people are in the mode of using people, but a lot of times when people are using people, it's not even out of malice. Sometimes it's out of the perception that they lack and they need, and that this person can give it to them. So when you realize the journey of people and how they're struggling to understand the fullness of themselves, aka the fullness of love, then you're absolutely right. There, you have to protect your energy. You have to protect yourself. That doesn't mean you go outside of yourself to be a great idiot or a great jerk. You are still, and you stand firm on who you are. You still treat people with respect, and if you need to keep it moving, you keep it moving. But love don't mean put yourself in dangerous situations, then ask, well, why am I experiencing danger? I mean, love do come with some type of sense, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I'm just listening, and as I'm listening, I'm kind of just being reaffirmed as to how I understand people who hold different views. And what I mean by that is like most people who, may have an opposition or whatever to the Bible, it's because of how people who claim to hold to it represent it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the Bible actually tells us about that, and like especially in Romans 2, when he speaks to the Jews, Paul is speaking to the Jews, and he's saying that the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles or the heathens through people who claim to represent God. So that's why we got to do better in that, in that area.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of people that, again, love. God is love. Like the Bible. See, the Bible. All the so-called Bible scholars on this app, bro, make me so upset because they get mad at me and kick me out of rooms, talk bad about me when I'm not in the room, make rooms about me and all type of weird ass shit that they've been doing on this app, and still to this day, is weird because the whole point of the Bible is in 1 John 4:7 and 8. It says, Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God, and everyone that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. And he who loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. If the Bible makes that clear that God is the love, and like if you are loving, then you are of God and know God, why wouldn't you be practicing love and preaching love and teaching love and trying to understand love? Why not? But y'all want to be worrying about Esau being a white man. Y'all want to be worried about the name that Jesus, that people called Jesus when he was living. Y'all want to be worried about all these other things except for what the truth is, which is love, and that's the key name. So it's like that's what the real issue is. It's like people don't know that we're struggling in the world right now because everybody that has the true control over the teaching, like there's teachers in this world that everybody is like being taught by. The majority are being taught by churches and people on pastors on TV, and even a lot of these people on Clubhouse got a lot of big rooms and shit like that where they got a lot like the Bible biblical smoke room be having thousands of people in there. You know what I'm saying? So you got all these rooms that in these spaces and these people in this world that's promoting everything except for love, and the Bible itself is telling us that all we supposed to be worried about is love itself and learning what it really means, but nobody's doing it. And this small room right here is the only space that actually breaks down love in detail when people come here. That's crazy. Is nobody really trying to get us to really understand what love is? What's the difference between the philos and the eros and the concept of what agape actually is? Why are those three different words, but they all got translated into the same English word? Why did that happen? Because of confusion. So that's why a lot of people just need to study and stuff like that, but they don't. So that's what the issue is, bro.
I got a quick question. Okay, the question is this, right? God is love. I agree. So, is God's love unconditional or conditional?
It's conditional because
I'll answer first. To God, it's unconditional. To man, it's conditional. So whenever, and I'll just give a quick example, somebody else can answer. Whenever something happens in their life that may be unfavorable to them or uncomfortable to them, they feel like or they perceive that God is not with them or God is punishing them. But when you understand the correction of a father who loves a child, then you understand that all these things is out of love. That's why it says all things work together for the good. Now, this term, all things, that means that all things encompasses both good and what you perceive to be bad things. All things work together. They're working together right now for the good of those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. So even though you may think that you're going through something that is unfavorable, God left you, God don't love you, whatever the case may be, it's because God loves you that you're going through that. And that's unconditional love.
Slavery.
So I wanna do like speak to that, right? Um, God's love is conditional in general because the conditions of God's love is moving in God's nature, character, and authority. When you're outside of that, you're not connected to God's love at all. And that's so the condition of God's love is for you to come in God's name. So the thing is, there's the God's world that God has, God's government, God's kingdom, and God loves God's kingdom and everyone that's part of that kingdom. And the only people that's part of that kingdom are those who love. So there is a condition. And people don't like that condition because it makes them have to reevaluate who they are. And it's like, yeah, you do. It's not everybody gets saved, and that's that part the Hebrew Israelite brothers on the app are correct about. Everybody won't get saved, and it's not for everybody. In God's kingdom, is not for everybody. It's for those who love. And that's it. But and people think they love, so that's why people like looking at me like, "What you mean? Everybody love?" Yeah, it is. The people that think they loving in this world right now, they're not loving for real. That's why the title of the room is "You Lie to Your Kids and Family When You Say You Love Them." Because you tell them that you love them, but you're not patient with them. You're not understanding with them. You're not caring. You're not. You might be caring. You might be caring for sure. Caring is one of the biggest things. People actually think care is love, but that's only one part of it. You know what I'm saying? They're not corrective. They just tell them that you're wrong. You're wrong, but they don't have the actual solutions to help them get where they need to get to. So they're not able to correct them with love. They're not long suffering. They get aggravated every time they do something wrong and act like it's the end of the world. That's not love. Go ahead. No, whoever that was, go ahead.
Nah, I just wanted to bring out a scripture to support, you know, your statement that God's love is conditional. This is John 14 and verse 21. He that has my commandments and keeps them, he it is that loves me, and he that loves me shall be loved of my Father, and I will love him and will manifest myself to him. That's a condition.
Yes, that's facts though, and that's what a lot of people don't get, and I don't think they want to get it because, like I said, to actually recognize what love actually is, like I said, like those seven concepts are not as simple as people think it is because of the way I say it. It just sounds really good because it's really put together and articulated great, but it's not as simple as it sounds. It's like it requires. Go ahead, A.
No, I thought you was landing. You paused. My bad.
Well, no, I was just about. I
So
land right
hold on.
here. Go ahead, Goldie. No, I just want to
Go
say this.
on. Land,
I
land, land.
Yeah, I'm gonna land right here. Like the concept of those seven concepts require a lot of like diligence. Like you have to diligently try to do those things by noticing when you're not. And we subconsciously sometimes don't do none of these things. So in certain moments, so it's like once you realize that you're not doing it in those moments, you start realizing how hard it actually is because how much you actually have not been doing it. So that's it.
Okay, so okay. I'm not. Yeah, the answers I got, I actually liked it. I'm not sure. Are you saying something different from what A is saying, or is it just worded different? So, hey, you're
No, it's
saying,
very different.
is it
Very
different?
different.
Is it different? I
Yeah.
liked what everyone said, though. I like what everyone said. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I like what everyone said, to be honest.
So the difference between what me and A is saying is that, like, for me, like, I know for a fact that love is, um, you only can have, like, so like what A is saying, right, is, you know, people are not able to love like they're supposed to because um they just don't have the faith that they're supposed to have. That's probably, like, that's number one. But what I'm saying is that the conditions of love requires you to have the faith, number one, because that's one of the seven concepts, and like six other concepts along with it. In order to be able to love God correctly or to be loved at all, you have to receive those same things. God, and this is what she's saying also, God is actually always giving us these things. So for God, it seems as though it's unconditional for God, but no, God is always giving love when necessary. And it's always, because it's always necessary for God. And the correction part that God gives us, we don't like that sometimes. So we look at it like God is not loving us in those moments. And that's not the case. But sometimes when we do things to hurt people, we're not coming in love. Like, people don't always kill people because they're loving them and trying to correct them. Sometimes people do shit because they're mad and angry and upset and they're out of order. So that's the difference too. So we can't compare how God moves and how mankind moves when it comes to love, but love is the same thing when it comes to God and when it comes to man. Man just have a harder time doing it than God does.
I
Okay,
want to say,
so I know Sean brought up something in regards to what the Bible said with the commandments and that, which, okay, fair enough. And I hear what you're saying, man. Of course I do. But mm, it's that verse in the Bible. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. That kind of gives me a clause of unconditional a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Because he knows what the world is like, but yet still he still loves the world exactly how you describe love to be. He gave his only begotten son. So doesn't that kind of make it seem like God's love is unconditionally conditional? Does
Yeah,
that
no.
make
So
sense?
watch this. So there's a kingdom. There's a kingdom. No, no. There's a kingdom on earth that God has. That's why when Jesus said when we pray, we supposed to pray, "Our Father who art in heaven, your kingdom come." You know, holy is your name, your kingdom come. Holy is your name, meaning like that true name. That's why it says only one name is salvation given under heaven. That name is the key to us actually being able to have the heaven come down to earth, the kingdom come down to earth. The kingdom of God is love. Now, watch this though, right? In John 3:16, when it says God so loved the word world, G2889 in the Greek concordance, the word cosmos. This word means government or constitution or order. It also means where it says world affairs. I'm looking for one specific thing. It, it says this is number 8B in the lexicon, in the third lexicon of this word. It says of believers only, found in John 1 and 29, John 3:16, John 3:17, John 6:33, John 12:47, 1 Corinthians 4 and 9, 2 Corinthians 5 and 19. This word specifically means of believers only. So those who believe on God, that's who does the work of God, is the ones that's part of that world government that God is talking about, right? So that's why a lot of these Hebrew Israelite brothers be trying to say, well, God is not talking about everybody in this verse. Well, because he's not. He's talking about only those who love. Again, so that's why it's still conditional, even in that concept too.
Can I jump in here real quick? So I, this is why I harp on understanding what the Bible is trying to convey instead of just being able to read the text verbatim or regurgitate the words that you see as written and not understand the meaning underneath it. And so in the verse that Sean read, the thing about God's love is God is able to show himself to you when you practice the concepts of love. This does not mean that God doesn't see you. This just means that you can't see God. And so, is the door always open? Remember, the Bible says that God is not slack concerning his promise. He's waiting for people to repent and turn away from their sins so he can heal the land, right? And so that they can be his people, he can be their God. And that was an amalgamation of scriptures right in that saying. So, if a person and if God didn't love you unconditionally and then it was based on conditions, that means that when you're doing wrong, you wouldn't have a chance to come into the fold because you're already on the outside. Why do you think Israel was able to do everything disrespectful under the sun and still be able to come back within God's love? God God's love is not based on man's mind. This is why God says, "My ways are above your ways, and my thoughts are above your thoughts." And then Paul also says, does the clay have power over? No, does the what is it, y'all? Somebody help me. Does the clay have power over the potter, whatever the case may be? So Paul was basically trying to explain that how can the thing created question or understand the thing that created it, right? When God says, when the Bible says, I have fit the vessels for wrath and destruction, I have also fit vessels for glory in my name, that means that God did all those things, right? And all those things fall under the umbrella of oneness, or what it means to love. If the vessels for destruction are used to bring glory to his name through the vessels of righteousness, that means that is what? It's all a game plan. And so when they talk about the conditions, I don't disagree, because even the concepts that mine mentions of love, those, when you embody those concepts, you get to see and understand what love is. If you can't see love, then how do you know love? Love doesn't exist or is not real to you. And if you don't understand love, then what is me explaining it to you? It's nothing. And so God is only able to show himself in love if you can see it. Other than that, God is still loving. God's love is still there. You just have to find it. So if it's always there, then it's always conditional. And last thing I'll land on this. Why do you think the ruach is translated to breath? Because everybody's breathing. And as long as you are breathing, you have the opportunity to get it right. But once he takes the ruach away, then you have to transition. But that unconditional love is the ruach that you have to breathe and connect with God so that you can know God and love God and be able to practice the concepts.
Mm, mm, mm.
I
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
say
I
this
got
about the whole John 3:16 real quick too. I would say it's a little bit of both, really, conditional as well as unconditional. Because in Romans it does say that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Thing is, I believe that once we're called, you know, we have to answer that call and we have to abide in God's love. And to A's point, it's not that God, walks away from us or whatever. He says he will never leave us nor forsake us. So, he's always reaching out to us. But if we walk away, then we're outside his love.
And remember, the concepts that mine mentions, this is what all the Bible says, many are called, but few are chosen. Because even in the call, you still have to what? Embody those concepts. Or else you relinquish yourself for being one of the chosen. So even being called, you not safe. And why? It's not because God don't love you. It's because you're supposed to learn something through being called. God is supposed to be revealed in a greater way in your mind, body, and soul. And that's why Jesus came. When you look at Jesus' walk, do you understand the different concept of God? But when you see the Pharisees and the Sadducees walk, you like, oh, they preach the word, but something's just not adding up. So when somebody comes and embodies the fullness of God, then another level of your mind opens as to what it means to be connected to the greater power that created you. So if you walk away, all you doing is hurting yourself. But that's why you can always what? Turn around, repent. Repent just means turn around from your ways and what? Walk in the narrow path. And the narrow path is going to lead you to the Father that is what? He said, I'll be a light and lamp unto your feet. It's there.
so
This is
so
why I
let me
said. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, let me make some. So let me make it clear on what it is. Right? When the brother said it's both, is not both, bro. It's conditional. Um, the conditions is still the patience, understanding, care, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty. Noah showed that those things. Job showed those things. Though that what they did, Jesus showed those things.
Did they show them at all times though?
Yes,
Go ahead, clarify
yes,
that. Did they show it
yes,
at all times?
yes,
I'm
yes.
pretty
They
sure
showed it.
Noah was
Hold,
younger, but go
hold,
ahead.
hold on. They showed it at all times. Now, what God realizes that our ignorance that we have limits how like the things that we're gonna still do. So our wisdom needs to increase. Like as our wisdom increase, we're able to love it like at the level, a higher level. Not like God's level is where we completely are. Like we know everything, we understand everything, we got everything down packed. We the most wisest, we the most smartest, we the most we tapped in. We just you know what I'm saying. That's God. We're still learning as a human race, still developing and growing into better people. You know what I'm saying? So we're becoming better lovers than we were in the past. But you can't love without the seven concepts, but you can still make mistakes while still practicing the seven concepts. That's the whole reason why you're supposed to find someone who's willing to practice these seven concepts with you, because those seven concepts is what's going to keep the relationship going, because that's the love part. The actual what mistakes that y'all so-called make, whatever the case may be, and the learning process behind it is the things y'all gonna go through even without each other. But together to keep y'all together, y'all got to be patient with each other, understanding with each other, caring, corrective, long suffering, faithful, and loyal. That way, y'all are gonna become better and greater together. You feel me? So that's how it works. The love itself has nothing to do with not making mistakes, because you're gonna. It doesn't mean that you're not gonna, like, even God, who is always patient, understanding, caring, corrective, long suffering, faithful, and loyal. Like the correction part is needed. So there's gonna be times where there's something that God doesn't want to happen that ends up happening. That's why God repented that He made mankind, because some things that God didn't want to happen happened because of the free will that man had. So it's conditional still, but it's only for those who do have the love, the patience, understanding all the seven concepts. That's why the conditions is there. But the outside of that, if you're not practicing those seven concepts and you're not following God's will, that's when you are outside of that contract and covenant with God. So that's it.
So how do you understand the scripture that I quoted from Romans? While we were yet sinners, God demonstrated His love. You know what I'm saying? And that Christ died for us.
Yeah, because even as a sinner, even like Noah being a sinner himself, and Job being a sinner himself, they were practicing patience, understanding, care, correction, long suffering.
Job was not a sinner. What are you talking
No,
about?
Joe, what? No, so they were sinners. They were born sinners. The problem,
No.
they became perfect. No, you have to see me. I know the scripture, so I'm saying what I'm saying. Job and Noah both were born man. They were born into sin. No matter how we say it, the Bible tells us that. So I know for a
That
fact
doesn't
because
make
of what the Bible
Job a
says.
sinner,
No,
though. You got to
no,
find the scripture
no,
for
you're
me.
not.
Job
You have
being
to
a
first
sinner. You saying born in sin and
stop
being a
doing that.
sinner, they're two
I'm
different
gonna have
things,
to say
bro.
this
Man,
too. The
bro.
Bible doesn't say that we're born to sin, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, come
Oh
on,
no,
like we
no.
gonna have
First
come
off,
on, we just
no.
making things sound good for our own
Man is born.
philosophy. Job being a sinner,
Hold on.
Job was the
Let's
one
make
that was
sure,
righteous
bro. Listen,
and
this is what
refused
we
to curse
do.
God. So come on,
These
bring that scripture
conversations.
out because I ain't never read it.
Yes, yes, yes. We about to bring every scripture out.
Job
So
being a
number
sinner,
one,
bring it out.
this is why I don't like having
Wait,
conversations
what?
with certain people on the stage, bro. So like
So
as I
you can
finish saying what I'm
lie and
saying,
not be
no,
corrected. You don't like
I'm
having
not
somebody
lying
on
about
stage that's not
anything.
going to
I'm
allow
gonna
you to
bring out.
lie and
I haven't
correct it
lied
then.
about anything. I haven't lied about anything, and everything that y'all asking can easily be brung out after I'm finished talking.
Okay,
So
bro.
just
All
because
right,
you
go
don't
ahead.
let me finish speaking, don't mean anything. Like I said though, the concept of being perfect has nothing to do with not being a sinner, meaning a person who misunderstands. The concept of going against the law of God is sin. Whenever you outside of the law, you're sinning. So now love again, which is the actual fulfillment of the law, is which actually helps us conquer that sin. That's the fulfillment of the law, the love part. So when Job and Noah both were loving, they were not in sin. That's the point that I'm making. But the whole point, they had to get there. So they both were born into the sin. They had to practice and learn, grow, put away childish things, all these things. This is what the Bible says. I don't have to lie to you about anything. The Bible tells us that the sin entered the world through one man, and that sin that entered to the world, we all are exposed to it through our mothers, I guess you want to call it, how you want to put it. And we go into the scriptures in a second. We bring them all out, and I'll break them down one by one. But the whole point that I'm trying to get to is to let everybody know that if you're like, you don't have to, what I can say, be a person that kills people and robs people to not, I mean, to be a so-called sinner. You can also be a person that like do things like you know, misunderstand other people, or might do things to hurt people, not even recognizing that you're doing it, having a bad attitude towards people, being sarcastic to people, being putting people, being oppressive to people, all type of things you might not realize that you're doing, and you could be being a sinner doing that. The love part, though, is if you're practicing love, you're going to end up avoiding those things. So learning how to love truly is the actual key point. And we have, and the Bible breaks that down. That's why I tell you the 7 concepts, because if you look through the Bible, that's what we have to do. There's 10 commandments that's given, but there's a universal understanding of how to love, treat others the way you truly want to be treated. And how we all need to be treated is with patience, understanding, care, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty. We all need those things. So no matter how we personally feel about it, everything that I'm saying right now is correct. Now, what verse do we need to bring out so we can get there?
Don't be in the center.
Okay, so there's no scripture in the Bible at all that's gonna
I
say that
know
Job.
that. I
So when
know.
no right, so no, I never said that there's a scripture that said in the Bible that Job is
You
a sinner.
said
I
Job and
said
Noah
that
was
Job was
sinners.
born. I said that Job was born a sinner like everybody else,
No,
and
that's not
that's
what
what
you
I
said,
said.
bro. Respectfully, that's
That
not
is
what
what
you
I said.
said. You said Job
I
and Noah
did
were
say that.
sinners. And then afterwards, you said they were born in
There
sin.
is a
Okay, so if
verse.
I say so, no, the
There's a
room is
verse
on
to
replay.
put
So if
Job
I
sinning.
said
There's
that,
a
hold
verse
on, if
for it.
I said that is gonna be on replay. So if I said it, that's fine. But
Okay.
my intent, because I made sure I made it clear on what I was saying.
All
So
right, I got
throughout everything I was saying, I made sure I was clear on the fact that I said that everybody was born sinners, and they had to go through a process like every other man and that ever existed, which is to put away childish things. Corinthians 13 and 11. We have to, like, these are things that we um all have to do. It's not something that's just limited to one person. I'm just identifying it because I know that that's what happened. But yes, at the time that Job was being talked about in the Bible and that Noah was being talked about in the Bible, they were at a point where they were being perfect in God's eyes. So no matter how we feel about it, you can't say that always was the case, because the Bible don't say that either. So yes, but I'm just making sure we're clear that they were born into sin just like everybody else.
See, it's the being born into sin that I'm pushing against. But yeah, the Bible does say that all have sinned. You know what I'm saying? And falling short of the
that
glory of
doesn't
God.
make one a sinner. And that
Right.
concept,
Does that include
man,
Jesus?
oh my God.
So wait, it doesn't say we're all born into sin.
And
I,
does it
I haven't
include
seen that.
Jesus?
No, so with the scripture, so we could go to that scripture. The first scripture I'm gonna go to is like, we go bring them out. Whatever one y'all want, we can bring them all out. That's, y'all be acting like I'm just making something up. It's just an understanding that I'm bringing. Maybe I'm articulating in a way that y'all don't like, but it's the Bible's.
No, when you broke it down, it provided more clarity. You're talking about the fall of Adam, and you're equating
Yes,
it to the nature
Romans.
of sin. I get it.
Right, Romans 5:12. It says, "Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned." So death and sin, it coincides with each other. It says, "For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed when there is no law." Nevertheless, death resigned from Adam to Moses. My bad, I'm tripping. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over them that had not sinned after the similitude of Adam's transgressions, who is the figure of him that has come, or who was to come. but not as the offense, so also is the free gift. For if through the offense of one many be dead, much more the grace of God and the gift by grace, which is by one man, Jesus Christ, have abound unto many, and not many, not everybody, and not as it was by one that sinned, so is the gift. For the judgment was by one to condemnation, but the free gift is of many offenses unto justification. For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gifts of righteousness shall reign in life by one Jesus Christ. So my point that I'm getting to is that Jesus came to actually help us fulfill that with love, which is the Galatians 5:14, the fulfillment of the law. And originally Adam put us into the state of sin. And so that misunderstanding and all that good stuff that we acquired through that mistake we made caused every man to come into the world in that manner. And our jobs was to learn how to love and come into God's name and get back in good graces with God. And eventually we got there when Jesus came and he showed us in person the name, and gave us the power to take on that name through him. So that's the whole key to everything. It's simple, but everybody's teaching something outside of it instead of teaching this.
I would agree that we all have the propensity to sin. I'm just saying, as far as being born in sin, I don't see that.
No, that's the whole point, bro. When I say born into sin, the Bible is saying that we have all sinned because we were born into this sinful nature, just like Adam, because of the fall of man. His fall like was passed down to us. And because, like, for example, and let me make it clear. Let me try to say it in this manner so maybe it can actually help. If I am a person who is born into a environment where it's messed up and bad, and I don't have nothing stable going on around me, and I'm born and raised around that, I am now born into a messed up environment. And then whenever I have kids, they're born into that same environment. Now, somebody, whether it's me or whether it's one of my kids, will have to at one point fix this and get us all out of this situation and make sure that we don't allow our kids to be born into this next or whatever situation is going on where it's bad. Like our job is to make sure we come out of that. But if we are at a disadvantage, which is what we were at when because of Adam, you feel me, it caused the sin. So, and we can go all the way back because I already brung it out before, where Cain sinned because his conscience failed because he felt some type of way about his gift that he gave to God versus what his brother gave to God. And it's because he didn't know, because probably nobody told him, because his father wasn't being the type of father that he was supposed to be and coming in the love that he was supposed to come in and being corrective to his son and saying, son, I did something wrong. I cursed, the ground got cursed. This wouldn't be a real good gift to get a God. For real, you should probably try to figure something else out to get, maybe try to get one of your brother's sheep or something like that to do sacrifice with or something. Whatever it was, correction would be needed. So it's that same concept is what's going on in this same situation when it comes to us being born into sin. We need to be able to have a foundation under God's name. So when we're born outside of God's name, then we're born into sin. Until we come into that name and be born again and born of love, we are not of God. So if it can't be clearer than that, then I don't know how to make it clearer, brother.
I mean, I'm gonna just say it like this: like, it's natural to sin. I agree with that, but likewise, it's natural to go through puberty, but that happens at a certain point. So sin, I believe, is activated at a certain point. You know what I'm saying? Babies don't sin. That's all I'm saying on that.
Yeah. Look. It's game time, the same time for me to take over. Move your face over, cause it's really about to drop. As we make it to the top, mind made, don't stop, even on red. Couple lame thoughts wanna text me now, I just leave them on red. But I got a bad one now, so I don't even got no time. I'm not God, I just do what she says, and it's always right. Thankful for the graces, I'm always high. They always lie, but wonder why they always drop. I gotta pray every day, blessing something that I always got. She always shy, but she sees my eyes and open up, cause I'm always mine. But listen, I always grind and always find, thanks to the Most High, who's always fly. In my dreams, I always fly. Sometimes I'll always die, come back and always shine. Just keep faith and it'll all be fine. All in time, it's gon' all come together. They done lost their mind, but it's all for the better. Did a world as guys, God say me feeling bitter, but I ain't tryna hear it, nigga. All in time, it's gon' all come together. They done lost their minds, but it's all for the better. Did a world as guys, God say me feeling bitter, but I ain't tryna hear it, nigga. In this world, it's God's way or no way, but your way got us lost, hoping for snow days. So we don't gotta go slave, no case being one without the law. So don't get caught and fall in that shooting, and don't know your constitution. Study hard, it's the solution. Forget being more, just strive for more. I was deprived before, overcame and strive for more. All while saying kids was making foul reports. Luckily I wasn't married, she would've filed divorce. But now, of course, I'm clean, fresh, white tee, Levi jeans, humble like a king. Thanks to God for the grace in between. Waking up every day, feeling like I'm in the dream. Talking to my queen, planning out our dreams. So sick, I'm so rich in spirit, they can't even bear it. God's name is great, so I gotta wear it. If it ain't about the truth, I don't wanna hear it. If you don't bring the proof through your life, don't even share it. These are all facts, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the wave. So worried about another person busy just shows you a lane. Worry about you, and you will see that change. If I ain't smoke, I ain't been feeling the same. But when I think of God, destroy that pain. My man, all in time, it's gon' all come together. They done lost their mind, but it's all for the better. The world is God's, God say me feeling bitter, but I ain't tryna hear it, nigga. Nah, the world is God's, yeah. The world is God's, yeah. All in time, it's gon' all come together. They done lost their minds, but it's all for the better. The world is God's, God say me feeling bitter, but I ain't tryna hear it, nigga. The world is God's, yeah. The world is God's, yeah. All for the better.
No, you feel like a baby is not sinning if a baby has no knowledge of what they're doing, and that's correct. The intentions is what matters the most, but it's not correct for real because that baby is still doing something against God's will. So it's like it's the concept of the baby not being really held accountable because it's something that's happening like based on circumstances too, because that baby's environment, like again, if a person is drinking and driving or crazy or whatever and they die and they crash their car and they baby in the car, that baby is now being held accountable for something that they didn't do. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's how things are set up, but the baby itself hasn't did anything wrong. You're right, but the baby was born into that sin. You feel me? That's the concept of what I'm trying to explain to you. So when you're born into, if you're born now, like for example, right? We don't live in a world though like this though. Even though you might think just because some people might seem to be better, it's not like that. But if you're born into a house that actually know exactly what love is and what it means and what it represents and is able to be taught to you the correct way and in the correct manner, what ends up happening is you can teach your environment that, and your environment will allow to start looking like what you're pushing and what you're preaching and what you're teaching. And then everything that's born into that environment will manifest into the same thing. So that means that, like, if we create an environment in the kingdom where everybody's already set up in God's nature, character, and authority, and kids are being born into that, then that's a whole different story. People are being born into love at that point. So that's the only way that we will be born into love and we're born into God's kingdom is if we create an environment like that. But that's not happening. Because even if you have a household that's like trying to practice it a little bit, they go out into the world and they go rub off on some of the, you know what I'm saying? Some of the people go rub off on them and it's still gonna be an issue going on. So that's how that works.
I wish I might tell my kids remotely that they are born sinners and that they were born into sin. Like this is where it goes, the power of the tongue can either speak life or death. And those who love it will eat its fruit. And so basically it's like if this is your reality, then you have to eat the fruit of your tongue. So if there are some people that believe they were born in sin and that the people they know were born in sin, then you have to eat that fruit. And for those who don't believe it, then they have to eat that fruit. That's just all it is. No either or. You just got to eat the fruit of that tongue.
Well, I was born again, so I mean I understand for the people that has not been born again yet. it is a tough situation to be in.
But what's so wrong with just accepting like the concept of us being born sinners? Like what is such a drastic difference between the fact that everyone will sin or everybody has sin in their lifetime versus us being born sinners? Like it's the same concept, right?
Yeah, it's just that when I'm saying it, so when I'm saying it's like it's gonna be like
No, it's
somebody.
not the same
No, no,
concept. No, it's
no,
not.
no, no. I'm just saying like when I say anything, like there's gonna be some type of pushback on it,
Let's
in
not
like
make
from
that about you because that's a
But
curse.
like
ain't helping
When
it.
you say that you're a born sinner, that is a curse over your life.
but
No,
it's
That's
not a
something that you
nobody,
curse.
no,
believe and
no,
It's
you
just a
tell your mind that
nobody in this room has even said.
that's not no
No,
reality,
look,
and that's not about
So
nobody.
that's
what
not
Listen,
would
about
you
you, bro.
Kim.
consider
I
the
mean,
fall
hey,
of man to
wait,
be?
hold
Like
on, hold
it's
on,
the
wait.
fact that we're all sinners. We're born that
And
way.
Romans
No,
five
but
twelve
listen,
is
let me say.
actually it's
Hold on, let me
the
make sure this
emphasis is
clear.
on death.
Hold on, let me
People
make sure
want
this
to be
clear.
ignorant. That's
There's
just
hold
all
on,
it
let me
is.
make hold on, let me hold on, let me make sure this clear real quick. There's the concept of nobody in I know I didn't never say the words I am a born sinner. I've never said that at all.
Okay, but
And
go
I
listen to
never
the
said
replays.
no, yeah, the replay. I never said that. Being born into sin and being a born sinner is two different phrases. And also, the concept of what I just broke down made it clear on what I was speaking on, and the concept of it being born into the like. First off, you have to be born of God. First John 4:7 says, Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God, and everyone that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. He who loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. So there's a lot of people being born not knowing God and not knowing love and not loving. It's just that simple. The majority of the world, pretty much. And so that's the concept. And whether you feel like it's true or not, though God said it is. And I'm not trying to make nothing deep. And that's what Sister Kimmy is saying. Like it's the same thing. We're saying the same thing, but like I said, I'm just saying it, and I get pushback because I'm me, and that's just what it is.
It's not personal to you. I promise it's not personal to you. First of all, we have the first creation of Adam, which is mankind, and then we have Adam and Eve. So let's make that distinction first. Um, Adam, the sin entered through Adam, but Adam was a part of what? Mankind. So to say you are born a sinner, and you can go recheck the replays because you actually said both. You clarified what born into sin, but then you also said born sinner. So whatever position you take in, I accept. But when you say, do you guys know where the concept of sin outside of transgressing the law? Do you understand the essence of what it means to sin? The essence of what it means to sin is to miss the mark. And they liken it unto an archer. A lot of the things in the Bible are related to the archer who shoots the bow and arrow and misses the mark. And so what happens when you miss the mark, you error. And then when you error, what? You have the chance to correct your ways and make the mark. So how can you be born? This is why I say sinner is not a characteristic, or you can't be a sinner because it's not a personality. But you can sin, you can error, and then when you realize you have error, you identify where you have missed the mark and you can correct it. But when you take that as a persona, that I am a sinner, then how can you correct something that you are? So being born a sinner, it's just that's an error way of thinking. But go ahead.
But
Get
But
wouldn't
that kid a contract. I believe I can fly. Hear that.
wouldn't you agree that nobody's perfect and nobody's born perfect?
But that's that's
Can I
if you
reiterate
that's if
something
you
real
So
quick?
we can all
understand
miss the
that's if
mark,
you
right?
understand the concept of how perfect is being used in the Bible. All perfect means is to be complete. So come on, y'all gonna have
no, so first off, just so we can be clear, being perfect means to love. Let me say this real quick, Kimmy, and I'm gonna give you the mic. This is what I'm trying to say, right? No matter how we personally feel about it, love is the key. God makes sure that God is love. You can't say that you love someone if you don't know what love is. And if you don't know what love is, then you can't practice loving. And if you can't identify love, then you can't identify the person in front of you and whether they're loving or not. And that's what's happening in the entire world today. And there's like not a lot of people going around talking about like they know exactly what love is and what it is and breaking it down in a way where people are able to learn it and not just learn it in a way where it's suiting just for them. And I mean, not they're not able to learn it in a way where it's like it relates to every single person in the world. They're only able to like introduce it in a way where it's like exclusive to them or some people or whatever. But the truth is it relate everybody in this entire on this entire planet all need patience from a person, understanding, care, correction, long suffering, faithfulness, and loyalty. We all need those things in order to not only feel love, but to recognize love and to actually give love ourselves. We need those things. And so, and even to ourselves, we need to do those things with ourselves in order to even love ourselves. So that all, if we, it applies to everything and everybody when it comes to love. So it has to be something valuable there and a starting point. So this is where we need to be trying to get to, and everybody want to continue to say love is a whole bunch of different things that it's not, and love is not about anything except for making sure you are those seven concepts. You feel me? Because that's what God is at all times, and being perfect again is the concept of loving, being able to embody those seven concepts at all times. That's what love truly is. And then another thing too, by the way, being born sinner, if you're a born sinner and whoever says they're a born sinner, being born a sinner is understood. And your job, once you know you're a born sinner or born into sin or in your environment, everybody around you and your is all sinners. Your job is to become better and learn how to stop doing what you're doing. So self-awareness is a great thing. So it's not a curse just because somebody says something about being a born sinner or being born into sin, which is what I said. You feel me? It's about overcoming it and becoming a better person.
Can I say something real quick? This is just gonna be a quick reiteration, really, to answer Kimmy's question. That's the difference between being born in sin and sinning. So, like I said before, everybody here has gone through puberty. You know what I'm saying? But we're not born in puberty, so it's natural. Sinning is natural, but we're not born in sin.
That was a good clarification, brother. One thing I can say about this, uh, there are many different doctrines and messages and interpretations out there. By all means, whatever floats your boat, hopefully it floats your boat, right? If you hear a message and it doesn't feel right or sit right with you, I would hope that you would go and study to show yourself approved and not just accept that maybe you don't agree with a Goldie Cap or understanding love, but then you still don't want to go find out for yourself. I would truly encourage that even the things that you feel like sound good or resonate with you, or things that don't resonate with you, I would strongly encourage to study yourself approved. Because when we speak of, well, I can't speak for everybody, but when you speak of words from like the Bible and your intent is to encourage or edify, which is why the word was given to enlighten, then it's not about you, right? It's about the hearing of the people who are listening. And so I would just hope that everybody would just do their own work because that's what we're here for. We're here to discipline ourselves and we're here to work out our own salvation. Even though it says that Jesus died for your sins, do you understand what that actually means? It doesn't mean that you're not accountable for your sins. The Bible also says God will not be mocked. You will reap what you sow. And so don't equate Jesus dying for your sins with you not being accountable for your sins, because that's not what that means. Jesus was made a sacrifice so that you can see how to get to the Father, so that you can see that you must be born again in order to what? See the Father in the kingdom. And so just study for yourselves. But this is a really good conversation, though. Big ups, big ups.
I wanted to say this quickly, like just so we could be clear. What does that mean?
I didn't hear you cut out.
Yeah, that
Psalms
was
80, Psalms
You in
58
the
and
matrix.
okay. Now, nah, come back to us. Okay, we can hear you now.
okay. I was saying, you sure you can hear me?
Nah, you cut out.
This is terrible.
Now you're back again.
Okay, bet. All right, here we go. So what I was saying is Psalms 50 says, "The wicked are estranged from the womb." What does this mean?
The wicked are separated at birth.
Gold
The
star to Mario.
No, he asked what it meant. I mean, the wicked are estranged. Estranged kind of means like separated or some type of distance from the
Like
womb. Like
you're
that's at
separated.
birth,
But it
right?
also means so the word estranged H2114 in the Hebrew Zor, it also means loathsome. It says prostitute, harlot. It says adultery. It says enemy. It says uh yeah. Of course, it says stranger in a way. It says another and all that good stuff. But yeah, so this word means bad. You know, they are bad from the womb. It goes on to say Psalms 8:58 and 3 says goes on to say they go it says the wicked are estranged from the womb, they go astray as soon as they be born speaking lies. So it's saying like that like they're born sinners.
Could this be an exaggeration?
No.
Like, is people like, or are people really born speaking lies?
Well, that's no. It's really if you want to say anything, it's more so like an understanding. So like
Come on now, wake it up.
they might it might just be saying like in their hearts that's what they in their hearts they are born with lie in their heart, you know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is that he came for the lame, and the lame are the ones who are born crippled, and maybe crippled in the heart might be one of those things too. And so there's a reason why like there's the righteous people that's born not like that, you feel me? They're born not is estranged, you know what I'm saying? And so that's the difference. Like those people, God, Jesus didn't come for those people. The Bible says, when the Gentiles who have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, them having not the law are a law unto themselves. So there are people that's probably born not sinners. And when I say born not sinners, they're born probably not like being wicked from the womb, because they might be born into a better environment or from a better parent or whatever than the other person. You know what I'm saying? But they still could end up being sinners in throughout their life. You know what I'm saying? But these people, they could probably end up being born wicked or something like that, and from the womb, sinners from the womb, and they could literally be, saved eventually by coming change by being born again. So, you know,
I have a few things to say. Okay, first thing, you were talking about the wicked, the womb. Cool. Let's put that to the side for a second, right? Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I sanctified you. So, did God form wickedness in the womb then? Or is that Jeremiah 1:5 specific to somebody else or something else?
no,
Or
God knows. God is like, so. All things work for the good of those go those who love God and call according to their purpose.
so okay. Cool. So just to go around the merry-go-round a little bit, right? So all things work for God, for the good of God. Da, 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 da. You just said the wicked in the womb, talking about fetuses, embryos, babies. Cool. God knew us before he formed us. Cool. God also knew that he loved us regardless of that. So doesn't that then make God's love unconditional? I'm sorry, I have to go back there. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But that was one thing that I wanted to say. Second thing was um I lost it now, but I'll leave it there.
Well, so What was the first question you asked? My bad.
Do you know what? I don't even know if it was a question. I don't even think it was a question. It was more of a statement than a question.
Well, I just say like a sinner, like a person who is a sinner is a person who's sinning or doing sinful things. And so a
No,
person,
not true. A sinner is a noun. Sinning is a verb.
so
Driving is a verb. A
a
driver is a noun.
sinner, which is a noun, a sinner, which is a noun, is a person who does the adjective of or the verb of sinning. So now what like
Okay, but if you
um
repent, are you still seeing in the same way? If you've changed your way,
no,
are
that's
you
the
still
whole point.
justified?
That's the point. That's what I'm saying. So
So then you
there's
can't
a
be born
name.
a sinner then.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
I
A
am.
sinner is a person who's sinning. So even if you lie one time, in that moment that you're lying, you're a sinner. You
Hmm.
might not want to claim to be one because I don't do it all the time. So what, sinner? You feel me?
I
And
thought
that's
that.
the
Right now.
problem. And a lot of people want to be like that too. They don't want to acknowledge that you're a sinner if you're
But then you
sinning.
can't be born a sinner then. You can't be born a sinner because you haven't committed the act of
No,
sinning.
no, right? No, no. This is the thing. Your heart speaks for itself. You can come out with
But we also, okay, you've gone out. You've gone out. You're not you're in the matrix. But we also understand that, we all are influenced by our environment to an extent, right? So even if your
But
heart
I'm
from
but
the
I'm
womb,
just saying, you don't know what a baby's thinking and stuff like that. So we can't even go that deep. I'm just saying in general that you have to make sure we know like there's an
so wait,
understanding. Like kids
so
can
wait,
do bad things and they
so wait,
don't just
mine.
because
I hear
I
you. I hear you. I
finish
I,
it.
I
Yeah,
hear.
Cody. All right,
No,
all right.
you're cutting out. You're cutting out. But I hear you though. But you can't say you don't know what a baby's thinking. I highly doubt a baby's thinking, "I'ma kill this motherfucking bitch." I doubt it. A
No,
baby's
that's
thinking
not
like that.
true.
You
I
know
done
what I mean?
seen some
But
videos
we
on
don't know.
Facebook and TikTok of some babies looking at their mamas like, boy, I'm trying to tell you, you better stop playing with me, lady. Like that is real. So babies can definitely want to do stuff to their parents, but they just probably can't and really don't know how to articulate what they want to say. So they just not, but they're sinning, but they don't understand and recognize it. And they be laughing when they know they do bad stuff too. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, like kids be they just play off the ignorance of the parents. That's all.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, y'all don't be wanting to know that y'all kids be evil sometimes. Y'all gotta help them stop being so evil.
But then,
But
but then,
mine,
Mike.
I
So
need,
are
I
we
need.
inherently bad then, opposed to inherently good? So you're saying we're more inherently bad than we are good?
No, I'm saying that we are born into our environment, and our environment is sinful.
Mm, okay, but okay, cool. Go on,
Yeah,
Daryl.
I was about to say, Daryl, what you was about to say?
I can honestly say that growing up, and this is why I always say if it's true for you, then it's true for you. I can only speak for myself, right? Because I was not in you guys' lives. So I don't know what you went through. So that's why I don't try to speak on like universal concepts. If it's true for you, then it's true for you. If it's true for me, then it's true for me. For myself, I'm telling y'all, I was so innocent. Even though I was beating up my brother and everything. But the concept of sin,
Crying.
no, seriously, we fight. He thought he was stronger than me until he reached
Why
his
you
growth
sound
spurt, and
like
then
you be beating on
I
your
couldn't.
brother though?
No, look, he's 6'4" now. I cannot. But when we were little, I was a little bit stronger and I was a little bit bigger. So I was beating him up until he got bigger, and then I couldn't mess with him. But anyways, the point is, even though like we fought, we did whatever. At the time, when you growing up, you don't see sin per se. You don't even feel like you're doing anything inherently like wrong, you're just acting, or you're just, doing whatever you need to do. When I started to see like, oh, that's not right, I would say I was probably like late elementary going into middle school, and you start to learn the concepts of what other people believe. And when I hear sin entered in you, I think that is when they realized they were naked. I think that's like a discovery of another doctrine, a discovery of another way of thinking. Because in your mind, you just either get it right or you get it wrong. You try again. But when someone tells you that this is inherently wrong, or you're evil or wicked and things of that nature, then it's like you start to feel the guilt of that. Other than that, it's just like I'm living and I'm doing whatever I need to do to get it right. But I didn't start to actually quote unquote sin until I learned what the concept of sin was from church and being wicked and being a sinner and repenting and things of that nature. When I was just in my lane as a kid, I can tell when I did something that erred in my way, and then I just worked to correct it. But it didn't make me feel inherently guilty. It didn't make me feel like I was wrong or a bad person. It just made me realize that I needed to learn in order to correct my way. So that's why I say it's a difference between sinning and erring in your way and being a sinner personified.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, whether you are like, see, the whole point of it is your mind. So you are really nothing if you have not thought about anything yet. But like once you start thinking about shit, that's what's gonna determine who you are. Your thoughts, your mind. That's you. So it's like if your thoughts are not in alignment with God, you are a sinner. It's that simple for real. But you people don't want to identify themselves as sinners because they feel like they're such good people. Why did Jesus say there's none good but God? Because there is none good but God.
But yet people worship Jesus though. But anyways,
That don't have nothing to do with what I'm saying though. Like that,
but
like
no, you're
they
yes it
this,
does. In your example, you said there's none good but God, but people still worship Jesus as if he's good, so we're gonna have to make it
but what
simple.
does that have to do with the people in this room or me or what I'm
You're
saying? Like
using
you
it
know what I'm
to
saying?
explain a narrative, and I'm saying, but people
Right,
worship
and
the
I'm
same
saying, but the
person that
Bible
said there's
itself,
none
Jesus,
good but
but
God. So make
Jesus
it make
didn't
sense.
say that though. But Jesus said that the Father is the one who should get the glory and the praise and the honor and the glory, and He comes in His Father's name. But He gives all glory to His Father. He doesn't sit there and take the credit and glory. He tells us all the things are because of the Father, and the Father is who do all things, and all things will be given through the Father, from the Father through the Son. So there's an understanding that Jesus is making, like that we need to understand. Like there's who we supposed to be focused on and who everybody else in the world is focused on. And we're supposed to be focused on the most high. And the most high is love. So we have to love. And if you know if you love, if you need to love, then that means you have to be patient with love. You have to understand love. That's the deepest thing in the world, though. You have to care about love enough to be like, you can't claim to be my love. You can't claim to be taking credit for love, or you can't dress up like love and claim to be love. No, you're not love. You have to be like that for real to love. You also have to be corrective, meaning that when it comes to correcting love, it's not correcting love. You're correcting yourself. So whenever you're not adding up to love, you need to be making sure you're adjusting yourself, because you have to always be those seven concepts patient you have to have this love, so you have to correct yourself whenever you're wrong or not moving in love, and you have to be faithful to love. You have to have faith that love can do all things, and all things can be done through love, and you have to be loyal and not switch up when shit get hard and complicated, and long suffer through it all, because love is that. So if you don't understand love, you can't truly be a person who's born of God. And if you're not born of God, then you're born of Satan. So that's it. It's really simple, but the people don't like that part.
But even the concept that you use to describe Satan was created by God. I'm just saying. It's gonna have to make it make
Well, no, everything's created by God. What are you talking about?
Okay, so
What do you mean?
how are you? Hold
Satan
on, you
is the
saying how are you
adversary.
not of God? Of God meaning that you sprung from God. Of God meaning you
No,
came
what
from
I'm
God.
saying is
Satan,
that you have
Lucifer, all those things came from God,
right. So
the
it's better
Creator.
to ask the question. So, because like the thing is, when I'm saying what I'm saying, like being of something is like, for example, like the Bible says, Jesus said, "I come in my Father's name." The word "father" that's used right there is the word patriarch, and it just means the generator or originator of a thing, or the transmitter or originator of a community of people animated by itself or something like that. So the whole point of this is, if you're taking on the nature, character, and authority of something, you feel me? So God is orderly and loving, and so when you're taking on God's nature, character, and authority, then you're coming in that order and that love. And if you're doing something outside of that, then that's gonna cause you to be out of order and disorderly. So you're either coming in order or disorder. There's only two options, and the disorder is Satan, and the orderly is God. So it's not complicated.
So it's not all God. Like all of it is not God.
No, everything's created by God and informed by God, but everything's not of God, meaning it's not of the nature, character, and authority of God. It's not the balance of who God is. Just because God creates something and makes something does not mean that it's like God. That's why he said, let us make man in our image, because everything else we've been making is not in our image, but let's make man in our image. Love. Man, let's give man the ability to love. Let's create some loving beings. The ability, some beings that had the ability to be patient, understanding, caring, corrective, long suffering, faithful, and loyal. Let's give them that ability. Let's create some beings that's capable of having the intelligence and intellect enough to do that. Because animals can't practice those seven concepts. They can have them individually. They can, show a form of patience here and there. They can show a form of care here and there. They can show some little understanding maybe over there, but they can't actually practice what the whole seven concepts are all together in one time, because they not gonna be able to identify and recognize it. It's beyond their conscious level, because it's of God, because love is God. So that's why it's so, you know complex, and it's important for learn.
Sounds like we're putting God in a proverbial box, but I hear you.
No, so of course God is beyond anything we can ever comprehend, like, or what we can even say. But what I'm saying is, this is the most tangible form of God that we can grab onto, which is love. You feel me? And that's why I wrote that in my book. Actually, that's the book, God in Tangible Form. I made a whole 10 chapters about this concept of how love truly is the manifestation of who God truly is. And our job is to actually come in that and serve the purpose of fulfilling it. So yeah.
So when God manifested in the flesh through Jesus, using biblical concepts, when God manifested in the flesh through Jesus, He manifested into a sinful nature, according to your logic.
Yes. He took on the sinful flesh of mankind, that everybody else has. But he actually came in a different name than everybody else. He came in his father's name. So his nature, character, and authority within the sinful flesh was different than everybody else's. He didn't move the same. He was sealed by God. And he had an energy on him that everybody else didn't have. And he was waxed with the spirit of God. And and it said he was filled with the grace of God as well. So he had the grace of God on him. You feel me? So, and that was necessary because of the sinful flesh he was in, because he was born just like everybody else. So he had the physical body like everybody else. And so Satan, if Satan wanted to, could try to mess with him and do that to him too. But God protected that and sealed that.
So, from your understanding, The physical body is the sinful nature slash the sinful nature slash flesh that you speak of. The physical body. So the external physical body, like the skin or whatever the case may be. That is the sinful nature that you're speaking of when you say flesh.
No, the sinful nature is the environment, which includes your body and flesh, yes. But it's not only just yours, it's also the people around you. So like you could have devils working through not just you, but the people around you as well. And that will you're in that sinful nature, and that's your environment. And so you to get out of that, you have to be born again into love. And so when you do become born in love, you become part of a new kingdom. And then you're, even though you're walking around all these devils and whatever, you're part of a whole different kingdom. So there's things working around you that is different, like, you know what I'm saying, that you might not see though, but it's there. You know what I'm saying? And there's things working for you in your favor that's protecting you from the entire so-called world that exists around you. So you're a part of a different world, even though you're appearing to be within the world that everybody else is in. So that's how that works.
So from your understanding, the flesh of the body, you said that it's not the flesh or body itself that encompasses the sinful nature, but it's the environment that the body is in. So from your perspective, can the body be raised out of a sinful nature into a godly nature as it exists here on this plane of earth?
Well, no, I said the body and the environment both is the thing. So your body is your mind controls your body. So your subconscious is where you want to actually, focus on. Like you want to make sure that you store things into your subconscious mind that's going to be that's going to work good with the actions you want your body to actually portray. So
No, 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 no. I want you to clearly answer the question.
I
The
am
flesh
clearly.
itself, because you're saying the flesh was born into a sinful nature. I'm asking you, if the flesh is the sinful nature, and then being born of God is, like you said, Jesus had it inside of him, what God put inside him. So that was the opposing of the spiritual nature. The sinful nature, as you explained. Can the flesh be a part of the spiritual nature, meaning raised up out of its corruption to become a part of the enlightenment or embody God? Or is the flesh just because the reason I'm asking is when you say people are born into sin because of the flesh, then that means the flesh is sinful. But then you explain the spirit as if the spirit is a concept that does not work with the flesh. That means that if you can be raised up in the spirit, but you can't be raised up in the flesh, then you will always be at war within yourself. So what I'm asking you, can the flesh be raised up to be incorruptible and to sin no more? Basically, that's what I'm asking you. Do the flesh have a chance? The
I was
physical body, I'm
answering
sorry.
your question. I was answering your question. You gotta listen to me though. What I'm saying is that the body and the environment both are the sinful nature, the sinful environment that I'm talking about, that you're born into. The flesh is yours though. You feel me? The people around you, the environment, and their flesh is their business. Your mind is what controls your body, because the reason why it's like that is because, like, for example, even the food you eat is based on how your mind is programmed. You think certain things taste good because you have been exposed to it at certain moments that have sparked that certain hormone that allows you to like recognize something as good. The problem is that you can do that same thing with healthier foods, but you might not have. And so what happens is that if you're programmed to think certain things is good, then you are gonna be, prone to eat these things that's not good for your body. So your mind overall is what matters. So when you start saying, "Hey, I'm about to fast and I'm about to cleanse myself and I'm about to make sure that I discipline my mind," and when you decide to eat again, you decide to eat something that's more healthier. and still got good taste and quality to it. When you eat it and you haven't ate for so long and you have that need to eat, it's going to create that same hormone, and you're gonna now have you know a will to eat this, and it's gonna be, what I'm saying, it's gonna be a lot more better than before when you had no interest in eating this at all. You feel me? So your mind is the programming. Your mind is the key, and that controls your body. And your body not only will be healthier, but it also will be, your mind will tell your body to get away from people and things that is not good for it as well. But when your mind is messed up, your mind will allow you to stay around people that you shouldn't be around, and do things that you shouldn't do, and eat things you shouldn't, and things of that nature. So your mind is the key point that you're supposed to focus on. Like Matthew 6:22 in the Bible, it says this, and I'm gonna shut up. It says, where is it? Matthew 6:22. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thy eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? So yeah, tap in.
So, Sister A, I wanted to ask. So, were you saying, is there any possibility for the flesh, as in your body, to reach, I guess, what, divinity or godhood, or as some people might say, be saved?
Thank you, Daryl. That's the question. That is the question. Because when people equate the fall of man to the flesh or the body being sinful, then I have to ask the question, can the body be raised up? And if you know your doctrine, then you would be able to answer that question. But yeah.
Yes. Uh, I wanted to take a shot at it. So, what I would say is this: our body is built for this earth, and it has natural impulses that are, I won't say they're impossible to deal with, obviously, because I deal with them, I'm human. But these natural impulses won't have any need for us, and this, obviously, I'm coming from a Christian worldview. So they we won't have any need for them, for in a world that is to come, right? And there's a couple of places that speak of that, right? You got First Corinthians 15, where it says that the body that will be laid down is not going to be the body that's going to be raised back up. We shall be brought up incorruptible, right? It's speaking of the resurrection body, right? And also Jesus, he akins those bodies to mansions, right? From what I understand, he says, in my father's house there's many mansions. And if we and that's a little deep, but if we actually look at where Paul, he would say that we groan in these tents, and but we desire to be with the Lord, in our resurrected body. So that word that's utilized there is actually the same word that's utilized in the book of Jude, where it says that the fallen angels, they forsook or these angels fell, they forsook their habitation. Those two are the same words, and those are the only two places that are going to be where those words are going to be mentioned. So we know that it's referring to a body. I'm saying all that to say this: I don't believe that the flesh itself, as in the body, I don't believe that it would be salvaged, or it won't be saved, because we're not going to have a need for it. It's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, right? And the old impulses that come with this body, right? Hunger, sorrow, things of that nature. We're not they're interwoven into the fabric of us being um earthlings, I guess, or mankind. But like like I said, we won't need those in the new heaven and the new earth. And I hope I answered that for you, sis.
Absolutely. You answered the question
See,
and you
the
answered
thing
it.
is, like,
You answered it directly. Now mine also answered the question indirectly. So y'all both answered the question. Now whether or not it's right or wrong is, it's up to, speculation. But
right.
overall, What I'm asking y'all is, what I'm asking y'all is, and this is very important because thy kingdom has come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Thy kingdom has come. So the kingdom, Jesus already told you where the kingdom is at, right? So what I'm saying to y'all, do y'all understand what it means to be born again? Do you understand what it means to be resurrected? Do you understand what these things mean as you still have the Ruach in this plane? So that's what I'm trying. So I understand what you're talking about, Daryl, but I'm asking what takes place in this realm on this plane? Because there are many people that thinks that being born again and the resurrection takes place after your physical body goes into the grave. But that's not what the Bible is explaining. So what is the concept of resurrection? What is the concept of being born again? What is the concept of dying to yourself? What is the concept of tearing the temple down in 3 days? I will build it up. What is the concept of those things as you still have the breath of life in you? Why am I asking this? Because people need to be edified here on this plane instead of thinking that they can be irresponsible on this plane because they seek an afterlife and not realizing that the two are very much intertwined. This life and the afterlife and before life, they're all one. So you have to get your duties done on this life. That's why Jesus came to show you that way to be born again. And you don't have to enter the grave physically to do so. What did he tell Lazarus?
I agree with you. Oh wait, what? I'm sorry. That was rhetorical, right, Sister A?
Huh? I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't
you
hear you.
said what? No, you ended it off with what did he tell Lazarus?
What did he tell Lazarus? What did he tell Lazarus?
What did he tell Martha?
No, Lazarus.
Oh, come forth.
Yes. And then what else he told him?
I don't know what.
I know he told him to come forth, and I get what you're saying too. Like there's 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 parts in that Bible though that read that read literally when it comes to like resurrection. But like I definitely get what you're saying. There there is a regeneration that has to happen inside of everybody. Like after you receive the Holy Spirit, there you are baptized, into Christ's death, and you are the Bible says you are called, or you are called into to do good works, right? You're supposed to let your light so shine so that men will see your good works, you feel me, and glorify your Father in heaven. So like I agree with you on that.
Well, I'm gonna say this: if people really understood, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. If people understood what I'm saying though, like about the whole concept of love, like Jesus, even the whole body thing that we talking about right now, Jesus said, "Don't touch me because I have not fully transitioned, or transcended, or something like that." I forgot how it was, but which mean it
I
was
have not I have not yet ascended to the Father unto the Father.
right. Yeah, this is implying that there's a reason why, like there something was some type of transition was happening, and there was some type of thing. He's not about to take his physical body into heaven. So there was this process of him, um, you know, going. There was something. It wasn't what people try to make it seem like happened. Like he didn't take his body, his physical body, into heaven. It's just simple. But outside of that, I ain't gonna go into too much detail on that part. But it's just like the love part of it is the full embodiment. Once you become born again, that's a whole concept. Then when you're born again and you die, there's the resurrection. You feel me? And then that resurrection is the concept of something different because Jesus had the actual physical resurrection. So for mankind, like for what A was saying, like there's a resurrection that takes place far as the actual uh consciousness of mankind, like of a human being. When you become one with Jesus, you resurrect with the Holy Spirit, just like Jesus did. And so you yourself become one with the Holy Spirit. And so that's like the concept of that. And it's weird on how people look at it because people want to be God. People want to be the most high God, and people want to have this way of looking at things. Like, say for example, right? Say I have lived 7 times before this life that I'm living right now, and say I don't truly remember it. I feel as though I remember a lot that has happened throughout history. Like I got this thing in me where I can visualize so much. So I don't have to even know that I lived 7 times over to even just have the knowledge and information and wisdom that I have right now and be in the mind that I have right now and what my purpose is. Cause this will be my purpose in any life that I live. So it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just an understanding that's there that you gotta get. I think most people like if they was um if somebody in this room right now, like Daryl, let me ask Daryl, what if you was Jesus, Daryl? What would you do?
I
Wow,
mean,
that's
Hey, no, I forgot. I talked to
what's
y'all both.
Daryl?
Yeah, I was about
Yes,
to
two
say.
Daryl.
You know what's so funny? I was talking to Martin Luther King Daryl over there, but I'm curious. I want to hear that too, but I'm curious on what Daryl, the other Daryl, would say.
I already know
The
what the
main
other
Daryl. Let's say
Daryl,
Daryl.
the other Daryl,
I'm
man. I
gonna
already
say
know what he
main Daryl.
gonna say.
Yeah, I want to hear this,
I
Daryl.
missed the question.
The question is, if Daryl, brother Daryl, found out, both of the Daryls. I want to hear both of them. What if you found out you were Jesus today? What would you do?
I'm gonna be real, man. Like even the like, I don't know. I'll be honest. I'll be honest and say this. It doesn't even fit my paradigm. Like even me having a thought like that is a little like, eh. I mean, but I figured I'll just be. I mean, I'll probably just be the same person that I am today, with the knowledge, just with a supernatural knowledge, um, knowledge concerning the scriptures, knowledge concerning, the afterlife, spiritual realm, things of that nature. I mean, that's kind of how I would look at it.
Okay, so I like what you said about like it doesn't fit my paradigm. Like that's what's up. Like it's like you know who you are when you know that's like I'm not Jesus type energy. But it's like, eh, why do you feel like you couldn't be how Jesus was though?
Well, so how he was, that's a different story. But who he is, like I think that we could be how he was, in the sense of morally just, righteous, even because, and I don't like to spookify that term Christ. I think we're all anointed, like David was a Christ. Even Lucifer, he was the anointed cherub that covered, right? So I'm not like spooky to the fact, or I'm not like including that to, or I wouldn't just call that term like off limits. Oh well, we're Christ is the only Christ. No, there is a the Christ, but there are many who are anointed. You feel me? David was called an Elohim. There's many angels, or magistrates, powers, who are Elohim. So yeah, like I think that we could be like Christ, right? John 17. Jesus Christ prayed that his apostles, and I believe also his disciples, whomever they may be all over the world, he prayed for them to be one with him as his father, and Christ was one with each other. So like I don't deny that part of it, but to be him, I just think that to me, that's like it's like it's blasphemous. That's just me though.
I hear what you're saying. OG Daryl, what would you do if you found out you was Jesus?
I don't know, man. That's beyond me too. I don't know. I think I would focus on black folk and bring black people together. I would, because I would probably stress the message of, how you gonna love outside of yourself first. So, y'all need to get it together. We need to get it together. I need to show y'all how to love within first before we can talk about going outside and loving the world and embracing this culture, embracing that culture. We all scattered, don't know, we call Greek culture our culture. And that's not true. I don't believe that. I don't believe that we should have Greeks, telling us about who we are and telling me about a black savior allegedly, So I would probably focus more on that first, because what from my view and seeing what people that look like me are going through globally, you know, that needs to be addressed. And from where I'm sitting, that needs to be addressed first. So before we can go to other, because all the cultures, they seem like they got it together. At least they got it together more so to where they're working together, they're moving together. Arabs working together. They got gas stations and 7-Elevens, and they just working together, even if it means, you know, hating each other, but still embracing each other. They're not killing each other. Same thing with the Asian man. It seems like they're working together. Mexicans come over here, they stay in the house 20, 25 deep. We're going to send you out with a house, then we're going to send you out with a house, and we're going to show you how to do this, and we're going to keep our kids, so, to me, that seems like they pretty much understand a certain aspect of love that black folk is all over the place. Don't seem like they don't seem like we getting it. We don't get it. We keep, it always go from black folk to all folk in whatever we do. And even amongst ourselves, when we say we gonna do a black this or a black that, we still be like, what? Well, that's hate speech. Why are we gonna do a black? It should be all. We do that even amongst ourselves. We don't, support each other in business. It's a lot of issues. So I think if I was a Jesus or I had that kind of power, that's what I would do first. I would get the folks that ain't got it together, who think they got it together, who got all these different individual testimonies, but collectively ain't. I don't see no remnants of nothing. I just don't see it. So I would get them folks together first. So that's just my view on it. But I'm not Christ. I'm not. I don't. I think it's kind of blasphemous to say whatever. But I'm not Christ. But that's what I would do, man. That's where I would come from that aspect.
Good answers, y'all. I appreciate those answers.
So I just feel like Daryl, that sounds like you would be trying to put some work in. But I would say though that focusing on just one specific group of people, like black people, for example, is kind of like, you know, it will be it wouldn't be a bad thing, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't think nothing would be wrong with it, but I just say that you would probably be limiting um what you're trying to do. Like you're trying to bring love to, but you're kind of discriminating because of the skin tone of a person. Now, like for example, like Jesus came for a certain group of people, but it wasn't based on skin tone. It was based on like the origins of where they come from as a people, and like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like a family. Like I came from my family. You know what I'm saying? Like in that family, they all believed in the same God and they believed in the same forefathers and things like that. So it was easy to identify who they was. And so like,
that's pretty much how we should be doing today. Like, do you believe, or do we all have the same father? Like, do we are we all part of the same family? And that's how we should come together. And that's pretty much the only way we will be able to come together. Because if a person don't believe in God, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be hard for us to come together with people like that, because like they're not gonna want to come under unity, and God is the unity. You know what I'm saying? And if they can't identify that like there's a power beyond all of us that's greater than all of us individually, then they will not be able to, like, truly be part of what we got going on. So that's it.
If I would say this also, I do also believe that Jesus would give a voice to the marginalized. You know what I'm saying? It's just so, in my opinion, it's just so tough um, in this societal structure that we have, because and I guess this could be me speaking from, I guess, an ancillary thought, but I just think that, when the the marginalized speak, you feel me? Um, I tend to question, like, hey, when does it stop? Or when does it become something more than what we like started it to be? And I'm not speaking specifically just for the blacks, because in my opinion, I don't think we got our just due in America. But you know, I think we have been looked over. But whatever the case may be, there are also some marginalized groups that I feel like, they're very loud, and their voice is now becoming an it's no longer a voice. It's now becoming a fist, and then it's transforming forming from a fist to a whip. And who's to say what it's going to become next? But that's how I feel about it.
If I don't think you see Daryl, I don't think you would believe in Jesus if Jesus came today.
Why not?
Who me?
Cause I feel like you don't, like, I feel like if Jesus came up to you today, like, I feel like you would be like, you would like you wouldn't think he would be Jesus. And I think you would probably do what the Sadducees and Pharisees did, with like, show us a sign, like show us something to show us like this, like you who you claim you is. Like, what you think?
Well, I don't think that if that's the case, because respectfully, I can say that about about anybody. The first person that
Not
come to
me.
mind is
Not me.
Dr. Band. Well, what about Dr. Bando?
What about him?
Dr. Bando could be Dr. Bando could be what if Dr. a
No, you talking
person
about
like
the dude
Dr.
that came in
Bando?
my room, and no, no, bro,
Yes,
no,
yes. I'm
no.
just
See, look,
saying,
there's
but
a
mine.
difference. No, there's a
All
difference
right.
though,
And
there,
Yaju.
because with
Y'all
Dr.
do
Bando,
right. You can say that about
right?
anybody.
No, listen, the people, no, listen, brother. See, look, it's not about, and I'm not saying that. I never said that they not. That's fine. What I'm
Nah,
saying,
them niggas ain't
no,
Christ
listen.
mine.
No, Daryl, because you saying that for whatever reason you said it for. I'm saying what I'm saying, that those brothers don't show me love. I show them brothers love. Still. Like, they come in my room, I always show them love. But they come in disrespecting me, not trying to listen and hear me out. When I come in their spaces, they want to shoot me down and not listen to me. And I only shoot them down if they become disrespectful. Like Yaju Judah, he's a little bit more respectful than Dr. Bando, but he still gets to his disrespect when he's the moderator on the other end. So these brothers don't show me love. So no matter who they claiming to be, they not even showing the love that they claiming that they coming in. That's the fucked up part about it. That's messed up. That's just what it is. Now, what I will say is that they try to love. I can say that. So, you know, and I wouldn't say they're closed to learn to love it, but I say that there is some things that could probably be holding them up. That's their business. But as far as like when you say like you can say that about anybody. Everybody won't see Jesus and just be like, oh, I need proof. Like, if I seen Jesus today, I recognize Jesus.
How you know you would recognize him?
because I
And
recognize
this
Jesus.
this is what I want to ask. Cause he respectfully, I think that the order or the ordinances that God left, like why would the Most High leave a book, you know, and have laws in it and governing, like governing ordinances and prophecies, just to say, well, if Christ comes back in this manner or in a manner that's not outlined, like so be it. Like I I don't think that. I don't believe it. I don't it's not even, biblical. That's why I disagree with that's partly why I disagree with Bando and Yaju. Because y'all trying to get me to to not scrutinize y'all position like with the book. Like, no, I'm not no Jim Jones follower or no David Koresh follower, bro. Like, I have to have some type of order, you know. There has to be some type of literature that the Most High left, like that for us to go by. Like, how would it to me? It's just like it's literally like it doesn't make sense for me to just say, hey, well, okay, this man just popped up on the scene and he told me that he's Jesus Christ reincarnated. Well, let's go ahead and see if we could check off some boxes. Oh, well, if you need proof, then you don't believe. Like, that's to me, that's wild. Jesus told him.
No,
Jesus didn't even
it's
say
not that.
Jesus.
It's not that you need proof in is like in like you're like it's more so like the proof should already be within you. Like you should have it within you. The Bible says all those who love know of God and is born of God. That's because if you truly know what love is and you truly are born again and you truly are born of love and God, you will recognize God and God will recognize you. Simple. But it's people think it's more complicated than that, and it's not. Now this is the messed up part about it. We living in this world. Say Jesus was here. Jesus met people like the lady at the well. That lady, he is like, bro, I'm talking about the whole time he's thirsty. It says in the Bible that he just had a long journey and he was weary from his journey and sat down on a rock and he asked this lady for some water and she questioned this man for probably 30 minutes. I don't know how long it was, but she never gave this man no water because she thought she had it figured out and she too busy trying to do a whole bunch of extra stuff and not just get this man some water for one, and for two, he ended up telling her that he is the Christ and the one that she speak of, and she didn't still get this man no water, and she didn't believe him either. She thought about it, and she ran off to she if she ran, she probably walked or whatever, but she left and she went to go get other people to confirm whether he was Jesus or not for her.
Man, that's not how that thing
No,
reads,
that
man.
is how it reads. We don't want to
No, it
do this again, though,
isn't.
Daryl.
That's how
Daryl,
you
Daryl.
interpret, man. That's how
No,
you
Daryl.
interpreted it,
No,
man.
Daryl. We did this before, Daryl. We did this before, and we know
Man,
I
she
told
she
you, Daryl.
asked, but man,
Daryl.
she asked in a matter of fact way,
Um,
meaning she knew. She
no.
or I won't say she knew.
She was telling him.
His.
She was telling him stuff. Listen, Daryl, because I don't want to do this again. Because this is we always get to this. She was telling this man like our when our fathers did this and did that, so who was you to say this, and you know what I'm saying, because she found like when he told her that she had 5 husbands, she said, I perceive you to be some type of prophet, but still not the Christ though in her mind. And then after she kept like telling him all the stuff that she knew, and she's like, oh yeah, the Messiah's gonna come and he's gonna tell us all these things and stuff like that, all things those, you know what I'm saying? So, who is you to, basically, like, you know what I'm saying, who is you to be trying to act like you know something or whatever. He said, I am he that you speak of, and she still didn't get him no water, go get her husband, even stay there with him and say, well, Messiah, Christ, what should I do now? What do you want me to do? What do you need from me? Even though he already told her what he needed from her, which was some water, she decided to leave and go get other people to, and didn't even go get her husband like she asked. He asked her, or the dude that was at the crib.
Mine, that's because she didn't have
She
a
had a dude
husband.
at the crib.
Oh my lord.
That was her husband. Technically, it wasn't her husband for legally, but it was her husband. She was literally like
But mine,
dealing with
that's
this guy.
even in my opinion, that's even more grace. Because just because she
Oh.
wasn't a Samaritan, she still was of the stock of the Hebrews.
But what
So
does that
she
have to
should have
do with
been
her not giving him no water?
mine. The
She
water
lacks home training. That's all that
you
is.
s-
Cry.
mind you stuck, my brother. You stuck on that water.
No, I'm okay. I'm also, this is the thing. She also had told Christ all the things she know. Let's go to this one more time, bro. Y'all are terrible, bro. Y'all,
Get
this
This
that
is what y'all
lady
do.
at
motherfucker
the well.
on again.
Yes,
You
bro.
want to know why?
Bro,
Hold on, man. Let me tell you why I love this lady. I love this lady because she is a part of a marginalized people who Christ shouldn't even be interacting with. Like, God, dog, forget the water. There's so many hoops that he had to like jump through just to
let's
be
read.
able to.
Or listen, it says this. John 4, starting at verse 6, it says this. Now Jacob, I'm crying. This is terrible that we gotta keep doing this though. But I need y'all to hear this though.
I like the way
Now
Sister A
Jacob,
break it down. She broke it down that last
no,
time and it
let's
was good,
no,
bro.
let's no, listen. This is the scripture. Get y'all Bibles out too, so y'all don't think I'm making nothing up. Look, now Jacob's well was there. Jesus, therefore, being wearied with his journey, the word wearied right there, G2872. The word capieo. The word capieo means to grow weary, tired. It says the word exhausted. He was exhausted, bro. Anyway, then it says uh weary with his journey, sat thus on the well. So he sat thus on the well because he was wearied. And it was about the 6th hour. There cometh a woman of Samaria to draw water. Jesus saith unto her, give me to drink. For the reason why he asked her to go to give him some drink, it's telling you the reason. It says, for his disciples were gone away unto the city to buy meat. So he didn't have nothing to get it for himself. So it wasn't like he was just trying to pick on her, or he didn't like he met her there for no random thing. No, he was tired from his journey. And about the 6th hour, a lady came up to where he was at. Boom, boom, boom. And boom. And we're not gonna go into too much, but let's continue. Then saith the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it that thou, being a Jew, ask drink of me, which am a Samaritan woman, or woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans. She cared about that more than giving him some water. So she asked the question. Jesus answered and said unto her, if thou knewest the gift of God, if you knew love, lady, if you knew love and who it is that saith to thee, give me to drink, thou would have asked of him, and he will have gave thee living water, lady. I'm telling you who I am right now. I am the one that's gonna give you living water. Here come the lady. This woman said unto him, sir, thou has nothing to draw with, and the well is deep, from which thou you had this living water. Then look, she says, art thou greater than our father Jacob, which gave us the well and drank thereof
Y'all
himself
hear how he
and his
reading her
and,
parts. Y'all
and
hear how
his
he reading her
and,
parts.
and his children and his cattle? And then look, okay, my bad. I gotta make it better, so I'm gonna read Jesus' part. And it says, Jesus answered, say, whosoever drinketh of the water, I'm thirsty, my bad, hold on. Whosoever drinketh of this water shall not thirst again. Hold on. That
Boy,
was a
you leading
long
the
journey.
witness.
That was a whole that was
Boy,
a
you
whole
leading the
man. That was
witness.
a that no, hold on, boy. I'm talking about I was tired for this journey. Hold on, catch my breath. But whosoever drinketh of the water that I should give him shall never thirst again. But the water that I should give him shall be in him in a well of water springing up into everlasting life. Then the woman said unto him, Sir, give me this water that I thirst not, neither come here to draw. Jesus said unto her, I need some water so damn bad right now. Jesus said unto her, Go, call thy husband and come hither. The woman said and answered, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, Thou hast well said, I have no husband, for thou hast had 5 husbands. Hold on, I'm thirsty. My bad. Hold on. 5 husbands, and he whom thou now hast is not thy husband, and that says thou truly. The woman said unto him, Sir, I perceive that thou art some type of prophet or a prophet. You feel me? Our fathers, this is what she know this. Our fathers worship in this mountain, and ye say that in Jerusalem is the place where man ought to worship. Jesus said unto her, because she's assuming at this point because he's a Jew, where he thinks and
Now
say,
watch it. Uh-huh.
yeah, yeah,
Come on, let's
and
get on
Jesus,
to it.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
Jesus said unto her, "Oh man, I'm thirsty. I need some water."
That's not what he
Unto her,
said. Read it.
Jesus said unto her, "Woman, believe me, because I'm thirsty. I need some
He
water.
did not.
The hour
He
coming."
ain't
Look,
say
like
all
he
that,
said,
bro.
okay, he said, "Woman, believe me." Look, he tired. He like, "Woman, believe me." Like, damn, hurry up, believe me, so we can get to this water point. He like, believe me, the hour cometh when ye shall neither in this mountain nor yet in Jerusalem worship the Father. Ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship. For salvation is of the Jews. This is the lady still trying to tell him was she. I mean, my bad. This is my bad. I'm tripping. I'm past that part. This is Jesus telling this woman everything that he needs to tell this woman right now, right here, and she don't need to know nothing else. Now watch this. For salvation is of the Jews. But the hour cometh, and now is when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth, for the Father seeketh such to worship him. Now, this is Jesus now confirming everything that she need to know, and he's telling her everything she needs to know, giving her like information. People would say, "Oh, he giving her the living water." No, he's telling her, he's answering her question and correcting her where, like, in on what she
He gave
assuming.
her the living water, bro.
No, he didn't. That's not living water right there. God, look, it says, God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. The woman said unto him, this is what the woman says. I know, I know that the Messiah cometh, which is called Christ. When he come, he will tell us all things. She's not worried about nothing he's talking about. She ain't got no living water in her yet. She still thinks she knows something. So then Jesus said unto her, I that speak unto thee am he. And then look what happened. And upon this, his disciples came and marveled that he talked with the woman. Yet nobody said nothing. And nobody says, What seekest thou? Or why is talking with her? None of that. Nobody said nothing. They were just quiet. And this is what she do. It says, The woman then left her water pot and went her way into the city and saith unto the men, not the man that she had at the crib, but the men that were in the city, Come see a man which told me all things I ever did. Is this not the Christ? Question mark. There we go. That's all she did.
All right, so could I go ahead and give me a little spill? All right, so could somebody pull up John 7:38 for me? John 7:38. Anybody? I'm driving right now.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Scatter.
I want to know what is the
Cause,
argument over
'cause
this
somebody,
woman. Because I come in here all the time and I hear the argument, but I don't understand them.
I
well,
really don't
my
get it
what
What?
the
either.
point, the
Like,
point
what's
that
the
I'm,
two sides?
the point that I'm trying to make is that Jesus Christ gave the woman a living water. Why do I say that? I say that because the living water, it starts with Christ, right? I got scripture to prove it. Jesus said, John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scripture has said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. So the belief on the start of those rivers of living water is for you to believe on Christ, not to believe that he is a prophet. That's why he cleared that up with the lady. You got to believe that he is who he say he is. And he said that he is the Christ, the one and only begotten Son of God.
And she didn't
That
believe
was
him.
she that was professed by Peter when Jesus asked Peter, who do men say that I am, and then who do you say that I am? He said, I say that you are the Christ, son of the only son of the living God, the one and only begotten son of the living God. So we got to believe who he say he is, and then out of our belly can flow those rivers of living water. When a woman asked that question when she left, she asked it in a matter of fact way. She said, behold, there was a man who came and told me everything that I had ever done. Is this not the Christ? Meaning, like, I'm certain this man is who he say he is. I'm certain this is the man that we've been looking for. He told me that.
She did not say that.
All right. She didn't say that, but I'm just
Right.
conjecturing.
That's what I'm saying. You just
All of
nothing
this,
but
no, I can
conjecture.
admit, but
That's what I get from that.
I can admit it,
That's what I get
cause
from it. What Daryl was saying.
A quick message from our sponsors, Mom Made TV.
Kids, man, too. Like, what can you tell the kids coming up, man? What can they do better, man? Like, something that you would have known as a kid growing up that you would have did different. Oh, see, me did different. I would have stuck with football and stop being so fucking reckless out here, man. I was reckless out here, and being reckless, that's what made me break both my legs, dog. So, yeah, I worked my shit some years back. That's what really got me into doing videography and shit, cause I was playing football and shit about my 9th grade year. But shit, really, it's just stop being reckless out here, man. Like, if you got a passion, you love doing it, do that shit, man. That shit, it'll go somewhere, man. For real, though. Even if it's some sports or, like, shit, drawing, or you just gotta be dedicated to that shit and hard work and invest in yourself. If you don't invest in yourself, I feel like you ain't gonna really go nowhere. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we gotta get up out this bitch. Mind Made for sure, man. Tune in right now on YouTube. Type in Mind Made TV. I appreciate y'all love. Let's get it.
but she was just speaking in a matter of fact way, and that's why I don't even I can't even get anything else from out of it. You know, she was told by the Messiah himself, I'm the Messiah. And majority of the times when Jesus revealed himself, he would usually be like, hey, y'all don't tell nobody. He didn't tell his lady that. Like I don't know. Like it's just it's to me it's just funny to see it in a way of, oh well, she was rude. She never got the man water. I'm not saying it's like untrue or whatever the case may be, but it's just funny. Like, oh, she never got him water. She never got her husband. Man, this lady was out of line. Jesus showed preemptive thought. How did he show preemptive thought? He knew she had 5 husbands. Like I don't know. That's just how I view it. And I could
Me
be
too. I see it the way you see it. I see it the same exact way. I don't see why we keep going back to that either.
right.
I actually don't see why it's relevant at all. At all, man.
And I think the specifics, whenever we get into the specifics, they overshadowing the whole message. It's a whole message that's there. He went to a marginalized woman. Samaria. She was a woman. She was 2 times marginalized. She was a Sumerian, right? She was a woman, and she been jaded, from being treated or being outcast as a Sumerian. That's why a lot of her replies were, hey, y'all got the temple, why you talking to me? Man, it's crazy that you would be talking to me. Are you sure this is what you want to do? because he was 2 times marginalized. Like, so I think that the overall message was that was a foreshadow, in my opinion, of salvation being offered to not just the Jews or not just the Hebrews, but to everybody. That's just in my opinion.
Yeah, but if this Christ comes back, if this Jesus comes back, everybody gonna miss it. Especially if he come back regular. If he come back regular, everybody gonna miss it. He gonna have to come back with a glowing robe, and he gonna have to have all types of glow coming from him and all that type of stuff. That's the only way people. Gonna, if he come regular, especially black people, they gonna give him kickback. You ain't what? Who? You ain't that. You ain't. No. Scripture don't say that. Blah, 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 blah.
And see, that's what I was kind of going along with. And I'm I was like, man, I can say that for everybody. If Christ just reincarnated, boom, as a regular person, nobody gonna it ain't it's gonna be a very, very select few people who actually, believe. That's why
Right. Yep, I agree, man.
that's kind of why from though there's scriptures that say of as the lightning shineth from the east to the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. It has to be something that's ubiquitous, like wholeheartedly ubiquitous. Like it can't even there can't even be like if we're talking about him being just, there can't be just being candid. There can't be somebody on the toilet who isn't like in front of the TV and they can't see or like it has to be if he's just, it has to be everybody. Everybody got to see. It has to be an event that's completely unprecedented. Like just because if one person could say, "Hey, no, I didn't see. I was underground," or I was unconscious at the time, or you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I think about stuff like that.
I don't have no black owned sushi spots. I'm gonna give me some sushi, miso soup. I don't have no black people doing that in Maryland. I'd rather go to a black spot, but I don't feel like eating all them ribs and chicken and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough trying to find a black sushi spot, boy. Ooh, for real, man. I just bought some food from off of this food truck, and the owner was black, but it was Mexican. I was
Okay,
like, man, I guess we trying to start to branch out.
okay, all right. That's something. We ain't allowed. We can't do nothing in nobody else's culture. They can come and do all types of shit
Hip
in
hop,
our hood, man.
hip hop, b
Yeah,
boy.
got this. Yeah, the one Chinese lady in the market up the street, she doing fucking chitlins and pig feet. And everybody that's black says, "Oh, this is the best in the city." We can't go no Chinese hoods and do none of that shit. We can't do that nowhere in the world. But
And
I
they
don't know.
they say she got the best in the city.
Yeah, they said her chitlins and pig feet. Oh man, you got to get Mama Chin. Somebody, Mama
Hey, the
Chin.
white man ice colder.
All right. I'm just saying, man. We in a bad way. But one thing I can say, we got that damn Bible. We got that shit. We got it.
Oh man,
We got that.
you
We
wild,
got that
man.
down pat. Whew. Yeah, we got that shit.
Hey, but y'all know something? Those people that y'all speaking on, them Asian people, Chinese people, they believe in their God. You'll never hear them arguing over their God or nothing. They all follow their Buddha or whatever it is that they follow. You see that in all their restaurants. If they lawyers or some kind of accountant, you see that sitting on their desk. You know what I'm saying? When you enter their home, you see it in their home. You can't tell them nothing about Buddha because they follow it to the T. And they got a code that they follow. All of them. We don't have that. And in so many scriptures, the Bible tell you, if only my people would just hear me. If only my people would hear me. See, we hear all these other people's gods and see what they gods do, but we not doing what ours do. Ours tell us to do. We not doing that at all. You know what I'm saying? So how do we expect to have camaraderie when we don't follow what's asked of us to follow? We in this country, we didn't inherited a whole inherited Chinese people culture, Mexican culture, white folks culture. We inherited all kinds of cultures except our own. We do not like our own, and that's the problem. And until we do that, we subject to be doing this forever. The same shit, forever. Slavery, forever. Mental illness, forever. Because we don't know ourselves. We don't even want to know ourselves. And when somebody bring it to you and try to describe it to you, you don't even want to accept it because it seems fake. It don't seem real. But when it comes to these other cultures, they following what they God is asking of them, and they doing it, and they prospering off of it. However, whatever prospering is, they prospering off of it.
But see, Scott, I think the issue that we would kind of run into in America, just like from what I can see, respectfully, I think that even for the large, okay, a large portion of the those Chinese people or whatever the case may be, like yeah, the majority of them they are following Shintoism, and all those other Buddhism, Taoism, whatever the case may be. But if they're in America, like I could tell you right now, I don't think that it's a completely unified front, you know, and I would actually say that the reason why these people are following or yeah, the reason why a lot of them are following the beliefs of their hometown is because they communists in the mother over there. So you know what I'm saying? You gonna get killed. It ain't just Christianity. Whatever it is, you could be talking about, oh well, I'm a deist. Yeah, well, if you ain't finna follow this, this Shintoism, we finna go ahead and put you to the stake. Whatever the case may be, to the pyre. So like, I think that once you grow up in it, it's hard to break from it. So that could also be why they so unified. Why they're so unified. But yeah, here in America, as African Americans or blacks, and whatever people may call themselves, like we're not. It's gonna be tough for us to be like, hey, well, let's all agree on one heritage. Okay, what heritage do you want to agree on? Okay, well, I'm a foundational Black American. Well, no, I'm a Pan Africanist. We're all African American, right? Nah, I don't identify with Africans. So you're gonna have an issue, because it's like no, everybody want to be like a subset of whatever black look like or whatever African Americanism looks like. You feel me? I feel like we're gonna run into mad issues.
I agree. I mean, and that's you know, that's one of the things. Not only are we scattered, but mentally we scattered because we follow so many different things outside of our own. You know what I'm saying? We follow these fake religious groups. We follow these other NCAACP Masons, and we follow all these different these different groups, man, and it separates us. And for some reason, we just don't understand that hurts us more than it helps us. It may help a handful of people, but come on, man, the whole culture is messed up. You know what I'm saying? You might got a few people up in the hills that's black. You know what I'm saying? You got a few athletes, you got a few actresses, and you know what I'm saying. But as a culture, we messed up because we don't have nothing that we're as a collective that we're following. These other nationalities they have when the Mexicans come over here, they have a code that they follow. They have a creed that they follow, and they follow it to a T. And they, for a minute, they was beneath us, but now they done got to the point where they done got up there with us and passed us on certain levels. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, where do we wake up at? You know what I'm saying? The Orientals, Koreans, Chinese, and whatnot that come over here, even the Filipinos and all that, they come over here and get to a point to where they doing better than us. You know what I'm saying? They have something that they follow. You know what I'm saying? We don't. We just don't have that as a whole, as a collective. We don't have it.
I think we have to look at it critically, because these people understand that, well, in their respective homes, they understand that religion is something that you practice for discipline. This is why you see like the Chinese, how they're disciplined in the arts, and it's because that's what the purpose of, if you're going to make a deity or whatever the case may be, they understand that the purpose of it is not to fight over who God is true, because if you do enough historical research, you'll realize that all the gods that were created stem back to one place, to create a civilization. But that's another conversation. So they use religion, the concept of religion, to discipline themselves, and then outside of that discipline you thrive. And so it's not about who's making more money, because never get it mistaken. The reason why black people have the highest spending power is because they're getting money, but they're not using their belief system to discipline their character and their nature. Also, in other cultures, they understand that the deities that they worship is personified after a being that actually physically existed on the earth. Like, the gods that they name were renamed over and over again, but that came from a person that actually walked this earth. So they understand the true inception or concept of what a god is here on this plane, God, or the concept of it. And so they personify and emulate that God so that they can obtain the discipline, or what you would say the Christhood, the Christos, the anointing, or whatever the case may be, so they can ascend here in this physical life. So if you don't understand the purpose of why religions are created, why people personify gods after physical beings that they have seen that walk this earth, that you just knew God was in them. If you don't understand that, then you're always going to be arguing over semantics, who God is greater. But if you haven't done historical research to realize that all of these gods are literally like piggybacks off of one another, then I just don't know what to tell you. But religion is for discipline, and gods are just to know that you in the physical are capable of a lot, and that's why they personify and make gods after certain people who have reached what you would call the Christ state.
Well, the whole point is that that's Christianity that you just described and broke down. It's just the simple fact that most people that don't actually know what the Bible says doesn't recognize that. Jesus came to tell us exactly what you just broke down. Jesus already told us this. But then, like for example, Jesus said, "I come in my own name. I mean, I come in my Father's name, and ye receive me not. But another come in their own name, and them you shall receive." So it just sometimes sounds better coming out of everybody outside of Jesus' mouth. That's the crazy part. But when Jesus said himself, people don't like it. That's the part.
When people start to understand that Jesus wasn't one of one, but one of many, then they can wake it up. If Jesus himself said, "These things that you see me do, greater shall you do," then that means that he wasn't the only of existence of his kind. But you miss it because you want to be an idol worshiper.
No, that's the whole point. It's like the fact that Jesus had a certain nature, character, and authority he came in, and that turned people off. So like he can say all the things that needed to be said, but people didn't like him for it. It didn't stop him from still saying it and doing what he got to do anyway. I'm just pointing out that people are gonna hate Jesus no matter what avatar he's in. It's just what it is. Like if Jesus' true nature, character, and authority is on earth, people are gonna hate it. The people of this world that, like of Satan, they're gonna love it. But the other kingdom, of course, they're gonna know who he is and love him and all that good stuff. But yeah, they're gonna hate Jesus anytime he pop up.
It's not that they hate Jesus the person, it's that they hate what he stands for because they don't want to change and don't want to discipline themselves. It really just come back to discipline. Whenever you have somebody that want to be believed by what they say, who gonna believe somebody from what they say? Like literally, you have to be a walking embodiment of what you actually say you believe in order for people to be able to test your character or the spirit that you come in. So at the end of the day, people don't want to change. People don't want to discipline themselves. So when they hear truth, they have to interrupt truth, or they have to stop truth from speaking because they know that it's going, go asunder into the inner parts and penetrate their inner souls. So people don't want to change. That's really what it is. Ain't nobody hating Jesus because Jesus had long hair or he had a nice nose. No, when he speak that truth, and make them feel uncomfortable, and then they want to combat that with lies because they are liars. So understand what it really is, what the true fight is. It's about the inner man. Ain't nobody mad at him because he wearing dusty sandals or anything. It's because he's standing in truth, and that truth is what will set people free. But if you want to stay in bondage and you want to continue to make a covenant with the prince of lies, then you don't want to stand next to the truth.
Well, they actually hated him for his nature, character, and authority with the name he came in. Like he moved a certain way. Like for example, they hated him because he hung around sinners. They hated him because he hung around publicans. They hated him because he didn't wash his hand before he eat. They hated him because he, would like you know pick food on the Sabbath. Or, whatever the case may be. Like there's all type of things that people hated him for. And the reason why they hated him was because he came in God's nature, character, and authority, and they didn't like it. And so,
They hate him. They hate him because he was different. Actually, he was not the picture they depicted in their minds. They wanted authority. They wanted someone to beat them up. They wanted someone to say that this is good and this is bad. They wanted somebody to be authoritative.
that's true too. They also did hate him because he came and he didn't move in the manner of what they wanted him to move in. They wanted him to like beat him up, like you said, like want to kill him, want to go to war and stuff like that. That's what they wanted Jesus to come back and do, and he wasn't doing those things. So they couldn't put a finger on who he was because they didn't know who he was because it didn't line up with what they believed the scripture said he was supposed to be like, because they didn't understand what the scriptures were saying he was supposed to be like, just like today people still don't. So it's just really, you know, what it is, but it's crazy.
When a person who want to live in lies come in contact with the truth, I'm pretty sure everybody's experienced it. When you come in contact with some form of the truth and you know that correction is present, then you understand why people don't like Jesus. You understand why people wanted Malcolm X spot or wanted to kill him or whatever the case may be. You understand because people are bonded to their affliction. And if someone is coming with the truth that'll set you free from that affliction, I've had clients tell me that they would rather deal with the devil they know than the devil they don't know. But I said, what if on the other side of the devil you know, what if it's freedom? They don't even want to see it. So I'm asking them, if you were to change your ways, what if there's not a devil that you don't know on the other side? What if that's actually something great? They don't care. They don't want to see it because they're afraid of the unknown. And so they would rather deal with the depression they know. They would rather deal with the anxiety and suicidal thoughts that they know because they don't know what's on the other side. And so people be surprised how they argue and they fight the enemy within them, argue and fight to the teeth because they don't want to be set free from their comfort zone. Because they would have to discipline and actually walk in what you would call the character, nature, and authority of the Christ that is within. But they just want to be bums. But shout out to bums too, because it's all right to be a bum.
No, it's never okay to be no bum. But the truth of the matter is, like for example, like people thought Jesus was probably a bum because Jesus would say things like, you know, foxes and holes, some, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. The whole point is that people perceive things the way that they do, and that's really the biggest problem. Like Jesus told my man, the rich dude, to give up all of his possessions, and follow him. You know what I'm saying? When he asked him, what did he need to do, to be part of the kingdom and part of what he was doing, and he told him give up everything and follow me. But he couldn't do it because again, he was scared to be a bum, because like again, it's not okay to be a bum. But people don't know what a bum is. A bum is a person that's not trying to do shit, but just sitting around and holding signs up saying, "Hey, feed me." That's what a bum is. A person that's actually trying to do something, trying to create things, trying to build, trying to do God's purpose, trying to love, trying to be something to the world, trying to contribute, trying to help. That's not a bum. But the problem is that we have identified people that's of Jesus, like that was like how Jesus was, that doesn't have a home, that didn't have a whole bunch of money, that had 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread and shit. We label them as bums, and then therefore people look down on them like they're not doing nothing with their lives because these people are choosing to do God's work. And God's work sometimes doesn't like involve you having a whole bunch of shit. It involves you being in the right places at the right time, influencing the right people, and putting in the right work. So that's what that's about. So it's like the misunderstanding, even what a bum is also the problem. Misunderstanding. My people are destroyed from a lack of knowledge. When you don't know something, then of course you're gonna be exposed to being hurt by it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lack of knowledge hurts people in many different ways. So that's why love, which involves you being patient, understanding is key. Because if you don't understand truly and you just think you do, then you still can't love, no matter how much you think you're trying or you are. So it's a lot that goes into that. Love is the key.
Well, I will say this last thing, and then I'm gonna depart because I have to kid things. But I hope that for the sake of the message of the room, the agape, the philos, I hope that everybody understands or learn what it truly means to love, and so that love can set you free from the bondage that you are choosing to be in, because you were not born to be bonded to anything that doesn't serve you. Love encompasses the things that allows you to know, hey, stop bouncing that ball, that you are free. And so I just hope that people learn the love that you speak of, the love that God is trying to show people so that they can be free. Y'all have a good day.
Love, love. But yeah, no, y'all. But no, I'm about to close this room. This room been open since 9:30. I'm about to move around, and I'm about to play a quick song to get up out of here with, and y'all can listen to this as y'all search for another room to go into. And I appreciate everybody. Y'all can check the new podcast out on My Man Radio. That's on Spotify. And anywhere you listen to podcasts, check it out.
Walking blind, had some people in my life that walking blind, had some people in my life that blocked the vision. Driving fast in the lane, by myself, no competition. Verified by the one and only, need no recognition. All I'm trying to do is multiply my people, no division. He was soul searching, walking down they block, they call it fish. If he ain't call me home and I'm still breathing, we ain't finished. Yeah, Hellcats and track house. I got brothers on that block that's getting packs off. Show them different ways to get them racks off. Hiding in the presence of the Lord, now I really take my mask off. Show them how to walk that righteous path. Add them blessings up, can do the math. Shorty in that Birkin in that bag. Be my plan. We got people on them blocks that's fighting for the we got people fighting for their life on blocks and we ain't done. We got Bible blicky loaded up with scripts, don't need no gun. I made it breathe, then I felt it, man, my presence in my lungs. Why they judging? We some stand up Christians, dogs, so we ain't running. In the belly of the beast, I talk to Jonah, Lord London. If the Lord sent me picking up my phone, you know I'm coming. Got my angels blocking all my enemies like Andre Drummond. Walking blind, had some people in my life that walking blind, had some people in my life that block the bitch. Driving fast in the lane, by myself, no competition. Verified by the one and only, need no recognition. All I'm trying to do is multiply my people, no division. Soul searching, walking down they block, they call it fish. If he ain't call me home and I'm still breathing, we ain't finished yet. Throw your hands up if you rockin' with my Lord, okay? Let's up if you rockin' with my Lord. Throw your hands up if you know that Jesus Lord. Casting demons out, we left from foul spirits on the floor. Religious people mad, them sinners knocking down the door. I'm a full-time, that's why I'm bored. Let's get it, money coming in and me and P gon' split it. We had goals for 2023, so tell me how we hit.